just a stream. This is game. Welcome to the OG Clubhouse, Oak Grove, KY. The wind will bout. Lights on, cards in the air, we ride. If you ain't all in, step to the side. From the small town streets to the worldwide screen, we're the ones living out these live stream dreams. Welcome to the OG, welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. OG, welcome to the flame. Oh, this ain't just a stream, this is game. OG, welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. Welcome to the OG Clubhouse, Oak Grove, KY. The wind will bout. Lights on, cards in the air, we ride. If you ain't all in, step to the side. From the small town streets to the worldwide screen, we're the ones living out these live stream dreams. Welcome to the OG, welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. OG, welcome to the flame. Oh, this ain't just a stream, this is game. OG, welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. Welcome to the OG Clubhouse, Oak Grove, KY. The wind will bout. Lights on, cards in the air, we ride. If you ain't all in, step to the side. From the small town streets to the worldwide screen, we're the ones living out these live stream dreams. Welcome to the OG, welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. OG, welcome to the flame. Oh, this ain't just a stream, this is game. OG, welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. Welcome to the OG Clubhouse, Oak Grove, KY. The wind will bout. Lights on, cards in the air, we ride. If you ain't all in, step to the side. From the small town
And we're live. Here we go. The OG Clubhouse Spring Series. This is a fun one. The tag team event where each of the players you will see at the table will be switching with their partner in 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Looks like we don't have the clock unpaused yet, but it's going to be really close to that. So we're going to start action. 5-seat in the button. Let's see what we got here. I don't have player names yet, but I know that that is Amanda. Let's see. Bring back to the button there. That's all it's going to take. One quick raise there with ace-queen suited, and we're going to get a call from Tim. See if Heather's definitely going to call here with the ace-deuce suited. So we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. Oh, look at that. Heather and Jeff. It's Heather playing right now. She just drilled that. Picking up the flush draw. I'm surprised to see her check there. It checks around. I think she thought Sergio was going to bet, and she just nails the flush right there. And no one's going to see that she's got it because she did not bet the flop. So let's see where we got here. We got a bet from Tim. Tim likes to play aggressive in these situations. Heather's just going to flat call with the absolute stone cold nuts at the moment. Second, third nuts because you got straight flush draws out there, but let's be honest. No one's got them. We don't know what Tim and Jackie has, so we're playing the same as the table here. There's Tim. Is he gonna lead out? No. Checks it over to. So he bets 20,000. We get a raise. Looks like 50,000. We don't know what Tim has, so this is kind of fun. We're playing like. Well, we're not playing like Heather because she knows she's got pretty much the nuts. She's got the third nuts right now, so fourth nuts. Let's see. What is Tim thinking here? What has he got in that? Does he have the straight? Does he have a smaller flush? This is the fun when the card reader doesn't work, right? We get to figure out he's going to go ahead and call that and just trying to see if he showed his cards, but we didn't see him, but she does have that nut flush right there. Good job to her. As you can see there, the chip stacks, we've got some a couple of big stacks, a couple of small stacks, but everybody's pretty evenly matched here. This tournament is playing very big. Everybody 3,000, 1,500, 3,000 for another 2 minutes. You know, the big stacks are only at about 150 big blinds. The small stacks are at about 30. It's not, there's nobody that's really, really short stacked at the moment. So let's pick up the action here and see where we are at. Canyon looks down at King 7 suited. That's a call. No raise to 6,000. Tamara with a very quick fold. All right, Rudy is not going to want to fold an ace in this situation, especially he's going to defend his big blind. Let's see the flop. Well, that doesn't really hit anybody, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that we're going to get a C-bet here. No, we get a quick check over to Rudy. Check around here. All right, well, that king just smashed Canyon's hand, so let's see. Does he check? Does he? No, he's verbal check. over to the ace high. Oh, maybe there was no check. I thought I heard a check too. Bets 3,000 just for a little min click action when he knows he's got it after Rudy exposed his hand. Well, there you go. We are hearing the the conversation at the table the same as you guys. So I thought I heard someone say check. Maybe it was Rudy saying, did he check? I don't know what happened there. Clearly he thought there was a check. So we are now switching players. So we just got used to seeing the red armband half of the tag team. Now we're going to see the other half, the green armband half of each tag team. We're going to take a second and switch. All of the players are going to switch. I don't know. Are we frozen? We may be frozen? Oh, things are fun. It looks like we're frozen. If we're not and you guys are seeing the rest, I don't know what's going on. Doing a little color up at the table while we're frozen.
Oh my god.
Starting from scratch?
No. Give me 1 second.
All right, if you guys can hear me, we are having some technical difficulties, but what a great picture of Frank that we froze on there. That was awesome.
Every team gets 60 seconds to pause. That's fine. So they say time or pause or whatever, they're going to give you this.
Welcome to the OG Clubhouse, Oak Grove, KY. The wind will bout. Lights on, cards in the air, we ride. If you ain't all in, step to the side. From the small town streets to the worldwide screen, we're the ones living out these live stream dreams. Welcome to the OG, welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. OG, welcome to the flame. Welcome,
All right, we are back live. We are still in a quick break here. I know it seems like we just got to the final table, but we got to the final table with 5 minutes left in that level, and then we have to pause to switch the players. It is a tag team event. And while we were in that, we raced off the remaining 500 chips that were still on the table. If you haven't been to the OG Clubhouse, you owe it to yourself. If you love the game, you should come out. This is one of the best rooms in the country, and it's definitely one of the best rooms you can get to from places like Nashville, Bowling Green, Clarksville, and run great events like this. But also we have cash games and regular tournaments going all year long. There's a cash game going on in the main room right now. We can pop over. Can we see it? You can kind of see it up there in there, your top left corner there. That's where the cash game is right now on a Monday night. We've got a full table and some people waiting. The folks in the room tonight are here for the tag team event. We started off with 18 teams, I believe. And now we're down to the final 9. Everybody getting all set. We give the deck a wash, and we are going to fire it back up. Buttons in the 7th seat. Is that right? Yeah. All right.
I'll kneel anybody. Still up. If they're ready, 2, 4, 4.
Here we go. Blinds at 2, 4, and 4. You're going to see all new faces at the table. If you are just tuning in, we are running a tag team event. Every level, the players switch with their partner. So you will get new players in the tag team every 20 minutes. We're back here. Action's going to be on, I'm not sure if that's Ben or Dale. I don't know these guys. So that one we'll see here. Get the 9 deuce off, I'm going to guess. That is not going to be a call, but let's just see under the gun. Looks down with the quick fold of the 9 deuce. Let's see what Frank's got. Frank with a ace 9 off. Quick fold there. All right, Sergio calls. John doesn't want to see 4-5 offsuit. Don't blame him. Sam, no, of course not. Now, Jackie and Tim, married couple, have totally different playing styles. So these are one of these teams where it's fun to see how different players work together. Same thing with James Lyle here, looking down. James have see the small blind with the 8-3? Oh my gosh. We did not see the flop come out, but as you can see, the flop is now queen 8-3. James in the small blind has picked up 2 pair, a very well disguised 2 pair. We've got Sergio leading out with top pair. And James with a pretty good size raise, 22,000. We don't know what Michael has there, but he is out. And let's see what Sergio wants to do. Just a call. Let's see the turn. 6, no help, but it does make the board a little bit wetter. I'm guessing we're going to get a check to James. Let's see how much he wants to make it. 30,000 the bet. And a very quick call. The river, the 8. Then there we go. We've got a boat for James, and he is not going to play this lightly. Let's see what Sergio does to lead off. Check to James has the option, excuse me. Small blind. 100,000. Quick fold. Good fold. I mean, queen 10 there is a pretty strong hand. You have to assume he's got some kind of monster hidden under there. Maybe an 8, maybe like he had, a full boat. But Rudy and James are an interesting pair because you're talking about 2 very, very different players. And that's going to sound like I'm crazy because James just called a raise in the small blind with 8-3 offsuit, but he was a small blind. But James is a little going to play overall a little bit more conservative than I think Rudy is. So it's very interesting to see how the teams play differently, how the partners play differently. If you're watching at home, it's taking just a second for the camera to catch up here. There we go. John with the raise to 12,000. Again, can't see the cards. Going all the way back to James with a Jack 8 suited. Okay. Call. And a couple folds from the blinds, and we're going to go heads up to the flop here. Fun situation for us where we can see one of the hands and not the other. John leads out 15,000 into James's flush draw. Let's see. Just a quick call there. We got the old deuce of spades on the turn. John bets 25,000. And one thing I'll tell you about James is he is not going to ever snap anything. He's going to sit there. He's going to think about it. Even if he knows he's folding, even if he knows he's calling, raising, he's going to sit there and think about it. One of the most deliberate poker players I've ever sat across the table from. Not slow, but deliberate. Great player. Nice guy, too. I'll say meaner things about his partner when he's back in the back at the table a little bit later. Only because I promised him I would. Here we go. Blinds are 2 and 4. Let's see. Let's look under the gun here at Sergio. I mean, it's King 10 suited. He's one of our bigger stacks. Quick call there. John's going to look down at Queen 3 suited and fold. There you go. That's this is interesting. Sam just the quick call there. Jackie is gonna raise. Jackie with the weakest of the 3 hands out that are still in, and she raises. Let's see, Sergio's going to call that. I don't think we're going to get anything crazy out of Sam here. You're just going to get a quick call. We're going to go 3 ways to the flop. He's not going to fold for 8,000 King-Queen offsuit. But these 2 players have played against each other a lot. Maybe he thinks Jackie's a lot stronger than she is here. No. Now he wants to see that flop. Wow, Sergio with 2 pair on the turn. This is the wettest board. Look at this. You got top pair with a queen kicker, 2 pair, and an up and down draw. Now no one's going anywhere. We're gonna get calls all around. Let's see this river. Wow. I don't know. I don't know how anyone's going to be able to stay in there. You got 2 strong hands there, but not strong enough to beat 2 pair. That's 50,000. Sam is really thinking about this. That's a very, very, very good fold from Sam. Top pair, queen kicker, knows it's not good enough. Jackie had even less of it. She folds, so that's a very good hand for Sergio. That almost puts him in the chip lead, doesn't it? Yep, looks like it. You know, we're getting real tight there at the top. This tournament has brought out some of the best poker players in the area to play in it. Some of these pairs are made up of very well-known local poker players. A couple of guys I haven't seen before, so this is a very, very fun event. We got events like this all week here at the OG Clubhouse. If you want to come out and play in a couple of these tournaments, we got a big fun one tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Uncle Johnny's Deep Stack. Uncle Johnny's Monster Stack, excuse me. Only a $300 buy-in. Going to be a lot of fun. Fold over to James with the 10-6 suited. Not going to take a stab at it in the hijack. Button's going to call with the ace-9. Button's going to raise with the ace-9. Raise to 14,000. And I'm thinking that might work here. Sergio. Checks the flop. We got 11,000 there. That ace is going to win this hand. That's it. Pair of aces. No kicker. Doesn't matter. Sometimes it's all it takes. Thanks for being here with us on the live stream. My name is Patrick Thomas. You can follow me on all the social media at Radio Patrick. This is my first time doing this all by myself, so bear with us. Learning the camera shots, learning the angles, trying to keep up, but a lot going on here. So we got a raise from Jeff, excuse me, in the 7 seat, pocket sevens. So now Sergio's definitely going to come along with ace queen suited. John as well. And the flop there, you see ace high flop. That's just easy fold for John with the, yes. We got a raise from the pocket sevens and a quick call. Let's see that. Look at there. Well, I'm not sure what Jeff's trying to represent with the sevens, but maybe he wants Sergio to think he's got a better ace than he does. $56,000 is the bet from Sergio. Jeff with a quick fold. Fun thing about a final table like this is a lot of these guys play each other on a pretty regular basis. You're getting to see people who are friends, people who are frenemies, who play each other quite a bit, see how these things, how it affects their play. Under the gun, pocket eights, or as we like to call it, Big Sheila, and that's going to be a raise to 16,000. Let's see, a couple of quick folds. Let's try to catch up here. Frank with the fold. Sergio really, just pipped there. John got pocket nines. It's going to be a raise. No, quick call. Sam folds the short stack, and we're going to go two ways to the flop. The nines versus Big Sheila, and boom, there it is. Big Sheila's good. Tim and Jackie just drilled that, and you're going to get a lead out from John for 20,000. Just leading right into him. Does she raise right here? Oh, yeah. 60,000. Or is it 80,000? 80,000. Pretty good size raise. And a very quick fold. Maybe raise a little much there. But, you know, they say bet your sets. Win them when you can. It's one way to do it. We've all been guilty of that. You flop the set, flop middle set there, and slow play it and get smashed later for your trouble. So luckily he bet into her, so you can take your money when you get it and get out. All right. We're going to go back to Jackie because she's going to be under the gun here. So, nope, I'm sorry. I'm off by a seat. There we go. James, I told you James is going to be deliberate. He's going to think about it. It's good for me. It gives me a chance to catch up with the camera there. Every time. Ace-3 offsuit. He is going to raise to 9,000. Quick fold from the 10-9 off. A lot of quick folds all the way around the table. Back to John. John will call that. Let's see. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. All in. There it is. Sam putting it all in with the ladies. I mentioned before, some of these players play a lot together. Sam and James probably played as many tournaments together as any two players in this right now. James going to lay that down very quickly, and I'm sure John will as well, and that's going to be a good chip up for Sam with the short stack. That takes him out of the short stack now. It's got about 26, 27 big blinds. All right, let's loosen this thing up. I'm feeling a little uptight sitting in the booth, trying too hard to keep up with the cameras and not making enough jokes. So I'm going to just follow the lead of my producer here and try to keep up with where the cards are. The action moves so quickly sometimes. It is hard to keep up with in these streams, I tell you. Look at Frank with the raise to 11,000. Ace-10 off. Back to John with the short stack. Ace-queen suited, and that's going to be, of course, he's got a jam there. There's no other play. Jamming with ace-queen suited. Easy fold for Sam. Easy fold for Jackie. Let's see. Jeff, of course, easy fold. Is Frank going to call him with ace-10 off? The thing is, 109,000, that's a big chunk of Frank's stack. Frank is definitely one of the scarier players at the table. Just a scary looking guy. I don't know him that well. I think he's a nice guy. I've played with him quite a bit, but he just looks terrifying. I'm just being honest. Wonder what he's thinking here. He knows. I mean, ace-10 off, not that strong, but he's also going to be kind of short-stacked here if he folds. So maybe he's thinking that John's got a small pair. Nope. Gives it up. Probably the best choice. Definitely the best choice, considering we can see both hands. And live to play another day. All right, we're at 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 big blind ante. Action in the 9 seat. Quick fold there with the 4 deuce off. Not much. Oh, and the whip in the 1 seat folds even faster. So, let's see. John not going to stick around with the Jack 4 suited. Sam's definitely not risking anything with that hand. Shout out Doyle. Not good enough this time. Back to James in the big blind. Excuse me, Jeff there. Jeff will limp in. Let's see, a little 6-3 off. And a check from James. Let's see this flop. Not much for anybody. I mean, Jeff does make a pair of sixes here, but he's not going to feel great about it. Checks to James. Check to Sergio. And Sergio bets 4,000. Just a little min bet. See if we can get Jeff to fold. Jeff folds the best hand at the moment. James, as always, very serious, thinking very hard. Folds anyway. Good job. All right. Well, sometimes a C-bet does you right, and it did there. You get the best hand to fold. It's always a win. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from. All over the country, you can watch this live stream. Of course, if you're anywhere in the Nashville or the Clarksville or the Bowling Green area, anywhere in southern Kentucky, you can always come and join us at the OG Clubhouse. We've got tournaments all week for the spring series, including Uncle Johnny's Monster Stack tomorrow. Very exciting. So we're going to get a call from the 3 seat. Let's go and check the action. John here with the King Jack offsuit and the short stack at the table. Just a call from John. Sam's out. Fold all the way back to James calling the small blind. And the option, not much to do there with your 7-4 off, but a quick check from the option. Let's go to the flop. Five players, 4 of them we know their cards. Well, John with top pair and the short stack. What do you do here? Let's see. Sergio bets 4,000. John gonna raise, of course. Not a shove yet, but 25,000 for the raise over to Jackie. It's good. Quick fold from Jackie. Fold from James. And this is going to be the last hand between these players. Everybody folds back to John, picks it up. 123 for John. Takes him up from dead last to third from the bottom. Good move there. And we are switching players. The tag team event living up to its name as we are going to switch right now. Not a full break, guys. Just a quick pause while the players switch places. Now we had to get quiet there for a second while the doors open. Don't want everybody to hear what we're saying about him in here. 3, 5, and 5 now the blinds. JJ, one of the best dealers, not just here at the club, one of the best dealers in the state and the region, let me tell you. Lucky to have him at our final table tonight. All the dealers here at the OG are great people. All right. Let's pick up the action here. 3-seat. Sergio with a raise to 10. Tamara is going to fold. Amanda as well. See what Heather wants to do with a suited queen 6. That's she's going to call. Let's see a flop with that hand. Pretty sure even Rudy can't play a 7 deuce. There we go. 7 deuce off. Good fold. And kind of flopped, kind of missed everybody there. There was nothing much going on. See how everybody wants to play it. Canyon's gonna take his ace and bet 5,000 to see if he can just maybe steal one. And he definitely got at least one fold. He's gonna scoop it there with his ace high, but you know what? He wasn't bluffing. He had the best hand. So sometimes even when you're just c-betting, you still have the best hand.
As soon as I get them, yeah, you can scan it. Just not to waste out. As soon as you get
As I mentioned earlier, we do have a $300 buy-in Monster Stack tournament tomorrow. It's a $10,000 guarantee, starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I believe I will be here for the final table. So if you make the final table in that tournament tomorrow, you will be on the stream like these folks are tonight. Lots of fun. Not only a chance to win a poker tournament, but possibly win it where all of your friends can watch you win it on YouTube. This is one of the only places anywhere in this area where you can do that. So a lot of fun. See, Rudy with an ace-4 off and a lot of folds over to him. This is where Rudy's going to make a move and try to steal this pot. Let's see. Raise to 10,000. Only got to get a couple folds just to steal this thing, and that's it. That's all it took. Nobody's cards were good enough. Sometimes.
You don't need
Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes your cards aren't great, but everyone else's cards are worse, and they know it.
I sure feel like Yukon right now.
Put down 19.
It's just the
Tamara under the gun.
dog feeling.
I've never seen Tamara play poker before. I've seen her husband play a lot. I played with him a lot, sat across from the table with him. Didn't know she played. Glad to see her here. That lovely lady sitting next to her is her daughter. So we've got a mom and daughter sitting right next to each other at the final table. And Tim, in the 6th seat, looks down at the Rockets. Contemplating his raise, trying to figure out exactly what he wants to do here. $23,000. Back to Rudy. Rudy isn't actually thinking about calling this, but, well, maybe he is. Why not? Take it off the menu. He's going to play 8-6. That is, 8-6 suited. Sometimes you like to see a flop. Frank looking down at ace-queen. Sorry, it's not Frank. It's Matt. Now, it was Matt from the OG. That is a, really good hand to look down at in the small blind. Tim's not the most conservative player in the world, so he could be making that move with a lot less than aces. This is one of the advantages of being an aggressive player like Tim, is that when you've got aces, you bet it like you have aces. People don't necessarily believe you. Canyon looks down at pocket tens. Quick call there. That is very interesting. The tens I don't doubt, but the 8-6 is. Let's see who makes the move here. So we're obviously checking the tens over to Tim. Let's see what he's going to throw out there. He's got to c-bet this. Just a question of how much. People who don't play the game, this is the toughest part of the game. Figuring out exactly how much you want to bet there. 60,000 should be enough to get Rudy to fold the 8-6, and it is, but is it enough to get Canyon to fold tens? Of course, he's got 2 overs on the board. He's gone, and just like that, Tim wins his first hand of this level. Tim and Jackie get a comfortable stack there with 392,000 in third place. Who's our short stack right now? Is it Matt? Matt the short stack? Okay. It's just interesting to keep up with. You got 3 relatively short stacks and 3 relatively large stacks. 3 guys in the middle. We've yet to lose a player since we started the final table. Even though there were a lot of rebuys in this tournament, and we've got a significant prize pool, more than double the guarantee. Because of the way this tournament was structured with rebuys instead of re-entries, we're only paying the top 3 places. So big payouts, but only 3 people are going to finish in the money. So you're going to get a lot of very cautious play. I'm not going to say tight play, but cautious play here at the final table. Except for Rudy calling with 8-6 suited just a minute ago. So not. There we got the call from the 9 seat, 8-7 suited. Always a fun hand to see a flop with. And we're back to Tamara. Checks the option. Let's go to the flop. And just like that, Tamara just picks up a nice looking flush draw, nut flush draw, and Tim with top pair. So let's see what Tim wants to do with his top pair. You gonna call Tamara's lead out bet, 12,000? Yeah, of course he is. He has top pair, king kicker. I don't expect David to come along with his inside straight draw, and he will not. So we're going to take 2 players to the turn. Ooh. Now we've got an interesting little setup here. Tamara checks her flush draw now over to Tim. 30,000 the bet. She's not going to want to fold. Even to a paired board, it's hard to fold the nut flush draw, especially. But it's a third of what she's got left. And she does lay it down. If the board doesn't pair there, it's hard to fold the nut flush draw. With the 2 jacks on the board, she could already be drawing dead. And you're the second to shortest stack. You got to be careful in those situations. So good fold. Like I said, there are no slouches left in this tournament. This tournament drew some of the best players in the region to start with, and the 9 teams that we have left, we've got some very varied styles of play, but a lot of very solid players in this tournament. Really fun event. Let's go see. Tim looking down at his ace-6 off under the gun. He's not folding that. No, yes he is. All right, look at that. Tim can still surprise me with that play. Is that right? Did Matt just raise with just air? Okay. Just trying to steal one from the cutoff. And it could work because it's basically paying attention to who's got what. You got Amanda with just like that. When you're in those situations where you know the short stacks are behind you, sometimes you can kind of bully him around. But when you're also one of the short stacks, you got to be careful with that move. She could have hit that flop and taken him out of the tournament easily. The move there would have been to jam and make him fold pre-flop. But 1, hindsight's 20/20, and 2, I can see everybody's cards, so it's a lot. It's always a lot easier to say what they should be doing when I know what their cards are. So let's look at Heather's going to fold that hand instantly. Same with Rudy. Canyon looking at 9-7 off. He's got a big enough stack. He wants to see a flop with that hand. Gonna raise it. See if he can't get everybody to just fold here. He gets the short stacks to fold, but you got Tim in the big blind with a considerable stack and a suited jack. He's gonna call that so we can go to the flop. And oh my God, did Sergio just drill the living daylights out of that flop? Yes, he did. Wow. Sad part is you have to bet it because it's a wet board, but you know he's going to fold to any bet there. You wish one of those times where you drill it that hard, you really wish the other guy got at least a piece of it. But better to win a small pot than lose a big one, as they say. I don't know. Do they say that? They should say that. That's wise advice. Better to win a small pot than lose a big one. So.
I feel like you need it for a lot other times.
All right, Rudy with the Queen 3 offsuit under the gun. Couple of quick folds around to Matt. The 9-4, of course, a fold. Whew, nobody likes their cards in this hand. We're going to go only the blinds to the flop with some very trashy hands. See if this could get more exciting. Maybe a tiny bit. You got Tim picking up middle pair there. But we're going to go check anyway. And still just trash, check to the river. Tim doesn't know it, but he's going to win with his pair of sixes and jacks. That's, you know, sometimes when the blinds get into a fight, doesn't get more exciting than that. All the hands can't be exciting, especially when we're going live. You know, sometimes you get a battle of the blinds with a 9 high being the best hand pre-flop that doesn't even win. All right, under the gun with a King 4 suited, King 4 offsuit, excuse me. Not even gonna think about it. A couple of quick folds around the table here. As I mentioned earlier, only the top 3 positions are getting paid in this tournament, even though the payouts are really, really nice because we more than doubled the guarantee. But you're gonna see people playing cautiously. No one's going to play foolish in a situation like this. No one's short-stacked enough to get crazy. Rudy looking down at his option. An ace-3 offsuit. What are you thinking there, Rudy? Thinking about raising? Just thinking about it. Nope, just a check. Let's see a flop. 3 ways to the flop, and just nothing much there. Heather does pick up an inside straight draw, but that's about it. Checks it anyway. Over to Rudy. Checks it. Tim's not going to bluff at it. So just another blank on the turn. See if anybody wants to actually take a stab at it here. Rudy's going to with his ace high, which is best at the moment, as you can see there. 67% equity. Bets 9,000, and he's going to get a couple of quick folds here. Yep. Heather does... You see there, 27% equity, inside straight draw. She can still make a pair and be good. She doesn't know that. Doesn't connect, so we're going to see a quick resolution to this hand. Not a whole lot that can be done. I can't imagine Rudy's going to do more than just maybe take a tiny stab at this, and if he does, Heather's going to fold. Pretty good stab, 24K. He's going to get the fold he wanted, and he's going to take down that pot. You see our chip stacks there. Rudy and his partner James Lyle coming in second stack, 483,000. Almost 100 big blinds. Just a lot of chips in this tournament. A lot of rebuys. We had some add-ons. It was a fun event for everybody. Registration closed. There were still 17 teams playing in this tournament at the end of the registration. A lot of great poker players in the OG Clubhouse tonight for this fun event. And this is just the beginning. We are not even halfway through the tournaments at the spring series. You got your main event coming up later on this week, a $100,000 guarantee. You did hear me correctly. $100,000 guarantee. So here we go. Amanda sitting next to her mom, looking down at a suited ace queen, and she is the short stack. She's got two real options here. She can slow play it and call, or she can do what she's probably just deciding whether or not is the best move, which is to jam here. You get a tiny raise there? Get a raise? Yep. Okay, we got a raise. 15,000. And a quick call. A couple of suited king and a suited ace behind her. Rudy in the small blind. And call. I don't think we're going to need a call from the big blind, and we don't. We're going 4 ways to the flop. This is good for Amanda if her hand holds up. She's going to pick up some chips here, but What is that? You know, 4 players to the flop, but we don't get close to anybody. Amanda checks. No, Amanda, you can't check there. You got to bet that. You got to bet there. You got to c-bet that. You probably take it down with a c-bet there. It's going to check around. It's going to be so much harder for her to win it now. All right. Rudy check. Let's go over to Amanda. She checks it. First one to bet's probably going to win this hand. And that's the one thing I'll tell you about Heather. Heather is not afraid right there to take that stab. And that might be good enough to take the hand down as well. Rudy's not going to call 45, the inside straight draw. Nope. And Amanda folds the best hand. Wow. Now Tim's got a little bit, he's got a flush draw there. He's got a little bit of equity, but no, it's a good sized bet. Fortune favors the bold, as they say. I mean, that's one of the things in this game that newer players really miss out on, is that sometimes you just got to have the huevos to make that bet. As I said before the betting started on the turn there, the first one to bet this wins. And in that moment, Heather had second best hand, but it doesn't matter because that's why I think she has to jam there. If Amanda jams pre-flop, even if she gets a caller, she's probably winning that hand. We don't know what the river would have been, but she was best through the turn. So when you're this short stacked, you know, losing 15,000 chips is almost as bad as just being out. Like you gotta make that. And then did she just fold ace queen off? Oh man, now she's maybe a little bit tilted. Wants to go ahead and get out of the way because we're at the changeover. Let Sam come back in, but I don't mean to be critical. You know, we've all been there. I would have played that the same way she did, but it's that fear of I don't want to be the one to bust. That's one of these things that a tag team tournament brings to the table that you don't get in a regular tournament. Rudy's going to take this one down with his ace-jack. I just want to say that because it's one of the things in a tag team tournament, especially if you feel, and I can't speak for Amanda, but I'm gonna assume because I know she's playing with Sam, who's a very, very good player and a very well-known player in this area. If you feel you are the more novice of the two people on your team, you don't want to be the one that takes you out. You don't want to be the one that makes the play that gets your team knocked out of the tournament. It's tough. It's a very tough situation to be in because you don't want to let your teammate down. And so were the situation reversed there, and Sam looks down at ace-queen suited pre-flop with the small stack, I don't think there's any doubt he's going to shove there, or at least c-bet the flop. When the flop comes total air, he's going to c-bet that flop and take it down. So, again, I can't stress this enough. Not to at all over-criticize Amanda's play specifically. That's just a situation you find yourself in when you don't want to let the team down. If this was a tournament, if it wasn't a tag team, she probably plays that totally different. But you feel an obligation to your partner. You really don't want to make a mistake and have your partner be disappointed, and you don't want to disappoint the other person. That's why poker is really more of a solitary game. Screw other people. You don't want to. This is not normal at all. Tag team having to care about what other people think about how you play. You know, a couple of our teammates are married, so it's different. But when you're not, it does make it a little bit tougher. I guarantee you, if Jackie was in that situation, she wouldn't give a flip what Tim thought if she had to make the decision that took him out of the tournament. But it's different when you're friends. You don't want to let your buddies down. Spouse, on the other hand, well, whatever. Once again, quick c-bet. See, the second best hand takes it down. As continuation bets are old school poker, but it's still a good strategy in certain situations, especially when you have the chips to back it up. If you're, if you're playing with a big enough stack and you can make that move, it only has to work. I don't know what the math is because I'm not that guy, but I think it only has to work like 25% of the time to be worth making the c-bet. So I just pulled that number completely out of thin air. There's no way that's right, but somebody in the stream tell me what it actually is. I read something somewhere at one time. That's not why I'm here. Ace King from John with a raise to 16,000. Quick fold from Sam and Jackie. Jeff as well. Over to James. He's out. It's the quickest fold I've ever seen from James. He must have really not liked his cards. I didn't even see what they were. But all right. He is going to get a call from the big blind. So we are going to get to see a flop here. That is a terrible flop for Sergio. Goodness gracious. He does have top pair, but he also has that diamond draw that he doesn't know he doesn't want. Leads out 6,000. And just a smooth call from John. Now John's picked up even more outs. He's got all the diamonds, the aces, the kings, and also now the tens. So, very interesting. Another 6,000. And an all in with the short stack and the draws. It's not there, but I mean, I don't know that Sergio can fold this with his stack. Can he just, he probably thinks his diamond draw is good. He might be under the impression that his 7 is good, and at the moment it is. But he does lay it down. That is the move. That is the good move from John. That is why sometimes you got to just shove all the chips. If he just calls there, he might not win the hand. Even when you're short stacked, you can still push people out of a hand with a $70,000 all-in, 70,000 chip all-in. Just made a guy with 6-7 times more chips than you fold to your all-in when he had slightly more equity in the pot than you did. That's a good bet. If you're just tuning in, we are it's the spring series here at the OG Clubhouse. Thanks for joining us. I'm Patrick Thomas. You can follow me on all the social media at Radio Patrick. And yes, if I sound like I've never done this before, I never have. This is my first time doing a poker live stream. I'm very happy to be here with you. I do love the game, and I love to talk. So let's see if we can't make this a thing. Jeff with the ace-9 is going to raise to 15,000. Fold around all the way to Matt and Frank. Frank, who I mentioned earlier, is probably the scariest player in the game. He's going to fold as well. John, big blind, only 9,000 for him to call. He's got an ace-8. That's a hand he's going to want to see a flop with here. Doesn't realize he's out pipped, but it might not matter. Let's see the flop. Oh, and he drills it. Now he's got a monster lead. Goes ahead and checks it over to Jeff. He's going to bet it, and John is going to... Let's see, John, do you call or do you jam here? Neither. Nice, good, solid raise. Looked like about 35. Yep, 35,000. Back to Jeff. Quick fold. John is building that stack up. He was under 100,000 chips just a minute ago. Now he's in 5th place, 6th place. I can't do math. I can't count. Was that 6th? Yes, 6th place. Listen, went from 8th place to 6th place in 2 hands. That's a lot. The bottom half of this table is very bunched up, So, as we've mentioned before, because of the structure of this tournament, we more than doubled the guarantee, but because they were rebuys and not re-entries, we only are paying the top 3 places. And some really good prizes. I mean, $5,900 up top, $3,500 for second, $2,300 for third on a $400 buy-in. So really fantastic prizes, but only 3 players in the money. 3 teams, in the money. So you're going to see, we haven't lost anybody yet at the final table. Everybody playing a little bit more conservative than usual. And John, there you go. Look down at a raise in front of you. 2 red aces. That's such a good feeling. But it's the decision here, how much? How much do you make this? You have to raise. But how much do you raise? John is such a good player. He's a great cash player. I haven't played a lot of tournaments with him, but he's a great cash poker player. Raised to 50,000 over to Sam, who folds king queen suited without even really thinking about it. Wow. There you go. Respect to Sam on that. My gosh. Now, again, I talked earlier about how some of these players know each other. I'm going to tell you, those 2 guys right there have played a lot of cards against each other. Sam and John. Sam, we can't really hear what they're saying. I wish I could. I don't know what he's telling him, but he's telling him I folded a pretty good hand. And John's saying, yeah, I folded a bit, yeah, but I had a better one. Because he did. He absolutely did. Quick folds here. We got a raise from Frank to 12,000 with his king-queen offsuit, and a call from Sergio. Look at this, 8-6 suited again. That's the second time we've seen somebody call a pretty big bet with an 8-6 suited. I'm not going to be able to make as much fun of Rudy as I was earlier for that. He's just not the only player to do it. Okay. The big blind calls as well. Let's see the flop. Well, doesn't really hit anybody except Sam. And he's all in right away. Under the, just boom, first to act. Here's all my chips, 53,000. Let's see if he gets any callers. Quick fold from Jackie. Quick fold from Frank. And you know, the funny thing is, the worst hand pre-flop actually picked up the second best hand post-flop with the draw, but no, he doesn't come along either. We get some new chips for our buddy Sam. Takes them out of the short stack. Now the short stack resides with Frank in the 2 seat. The short stack has traded positions quite a bit, but nobody has managed to get eliminated. These guys are holding on and doing their best to keep this tournament, keep their tournament life going. Under the gun, James Lyle, one of my favorite poker players in the region, looking down at King 9 offsuit. You know, it's one of those position things. If he's not under the gun, he play this completely differently. Let's see, was it going to be a raise here? I know he didn't limp under the gun. Exactly. And of course he didn't. Raise to 14,000 for James. Call with the ace-8 suited. Lots of folds all the way to John. Gonna fold his ace-3 off. Sam with Jackie deuce, not gonna happen. Probably gonna get a call from Jeff, and we do. 8,000 to call for him. 3 players going to the flop. Kind of a dry board there. Let's see. I don't expect James to check this. This is where you make the C bet because you're supposed to make the C bet, and you get a couple of folds because no one else has any part of the flop. I apologize. I don't know a few of the players, and I don't know if that's Dale or Ben, but good fold either way. even though he did have the best hand. He's supposed to fold in that situation. He's got nothing. Do you know everybody's name? That one's Ben. That helps. Okay, so I can call him by his name. There you go. How about the 9 seat? Let's catch up. The 9 seat, who's that guy? Oh, man, we got to find out. That's David. Okay, good. See, that helps. Slowly but surely, I'm learning who's who in all the tag teams. I'm not going to lie to you. I have a little bit of fear about what players are going to think about that I said about them when they watch this tomorrow. See, the good thing is none of the players at the table have a clue what I'm saying or what you guys are typing in the comments. But don't think that these people aren't going to check this out tomorrow and hear all of the horrible things or medium things I said about them. So, Ben with a raise to 16,000 is going to get a couple of folds over to Sam looking down. At 10 deuce, not going to happen. Jackie with the quick fold. Let's see. Right back to James with the queen 9 offsuit. In the big blind. He says, let's see a flop for that. Let's see that. Heads up to the flop. He's got some live cards. Very, very blank flop for everybody. We're going to get a C-bet from Dale, I bet, that's going to take it down. Bets 20,000. James trying to think. Well, our chip leader says, let's see a turn. Looking for a jack or a queen here. No, not going to get it. So, he does check over to Ben. Ben bets 30,000. I mean, I like that call on the flop. I'm not sure he can make the call here on the turn. Unless he's planning to bluff the living daylights out of this if he misses on the river. I'm going to go ahead and predict that whether or not he hits this straight, he is going to put a lot of pressure on Ben. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. I thought he called there. That is a raise. He's already putting the pressure. Can Ben make that call with only ace high? He's got an inside straight draw as well, but you can see the numbers there. If you guys haven't watched a lot with us before, you can see 90% equity. He just folded what was a 90% chance of being the best hand because of a great move from one of the best poker players in the room, James Lyle. Lots of great players at the table. He is one of the best. Honestly, there's a lot. I could say that about almost everybody the camera's on because there's so many good players in this room all the way around. If it sounds like I'm just sucking up to the play, I'm not. These really are some of the best poker players around that are sitting at the final table between the both halves of these tag teams. It's really just an impressive lineup. And this is my first time in the booth calling a live stream, and I get to call it with all of these fantastic players. That's a lot of pressure. That is. And I know a lot of these guys, and they're gonna have a lot to say about what I said and didn't say. This is not fun. I already told you I'm afraid of Frank. Look at him; it's terrifying. Is that Spider-Man tattoo on his forearm? Who's not afraid of a guy with a Spider-Man tattoo on his forearm? I mean, it is kind of a kitty-looking Spider-Man, but still scary. All right, a fold of the Queen Jack offsuit under the gun. Respect. Look all the way over to Miss Jackie, looking down at the Cowboys. I know it's a raise, but I can't see how much yet. 18,000 for the raise. James in the small blind wants to see a flop with that hand, but not for that price. David's getting an even better price, but so hard to make that call with ace-3, and he can't. He can't. Jackie's going to pick up a big, quick win, a small but quick win with her kings, and we're going to get to see another hand. Look at this. James is widening the gap there in first place. Got a really nice, healthy lead, almost of exactly 150,000 chips over second place. The gap between first and second is bigger than 3 of our stacks. It's pretty big lead. Let's go over and see what Sergio wants to do here. Queen 5, not going to do it. John might want to look at a flop with an ace. Not as short stacked as he was just a little while ago, so he'll give us a little raise. See if he can't get some players to fold. He's not going to get James to fold pocket tens, I can tell you that. If I had to guess here, I'm going to say James is going to raise. It's just a question of how much. No. Quick, smooth call. Small blind fold, and the big blind calls 3 ways to the flop. Here we go. All right. Doesn't really hit anybody. Pocket 10 still good, even better than they were a minute ago. So, see if John wants to c-bet his hand. 25,000 over to James. Again, I'm sure I'm not supposed to try to predict what people are going to do, but I can't imagine he's going to fold here. Only thing he's losing to is Queen X. Over pairs. Wow. Yeah, that's just another example of why you should sometimes, usually, most of the time, c-bet your hand in that situation. Because John is going to take it down with what was definitely not the best hand right there. Who's our dealer in the box there? Jimmy. Another one of the great dealers here at the OG. Spectacular dealers, especially during the series. You're going to see some of the best dealers around. I deal a little poker myself. Not nearly as good as any of these guys. Quick fold from Sergio with the Queen 6 over to John. Looking down at 10-7. No, the Negreanu not going to play it. Not at this stage. King Jack offsuit for Sam. Now he folded King Queen suited a minute ago when John raised. But he's going to make a call. And Jackie is about to raise with her Ace Queen suited. And she does. Raise to 16,000 for Jackie. Quick fold from Jeff, and we're over to Rudy. Excuse me, James.
Hell no, I don't. I don't want Frank to be Frank. I wanted Frank to be Frank before the final day. Exactly. Get a big chip stack so I can sit on it. And he's going to make me do all the work. Make me fold all the big hands.
All right, we're about to get a player swap, and the blinds are going to go up. But not before we see a flop with this hand. Did the player mics just get louder? Because or a little bit, okay. That's good. Now all of a sudden I'm hearing player chatter that I wasn't hearing before, so gives the room a little liveliness. Action is on Frank right now. Sorry, I assumed he folded before he folded because he should have folded with that hand, but he did. He did. So we're going to get 3 players to the flop here to see Ace Queen just drills Jackie. She gets the check from Sam. How's she going to play this? You want to bet, but you don't want to bet too much. 35,000. She might get a call from Michael with his ace. David, Michael, we don't know which one. David. Okay. Apologies, David. I'm going to learn your name before the end of this. That's a pretty big chunk of his stack. 113,000 chips, 35,000. He's got top pair, but, you know. And if he calls, does Sam consider calling with only an inside straight draw and a backdoor flush draw? But, I mean, there's so many chips in the pot. No, it doesn't matter. He's going to stand up and let Amanda have another shot at it. Let's go to the turn. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Jackie's far and away best. Can't be beat. Throws out 90,000. Is that an all-in? Why did we call floor? Are they allowed to do that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep, they can call Florida for time change.
Oh, so that's not it. That's not an all. She bet him all in. He threw what looks like a knit button, but that is in fact the phone a friend button. Oh, wow. I didn't even know this was in the rules. How exciting. So he's allowed to conference with his partner?
Yes.
Where are they doing this conference? Can we see them?
And they're somewhere
What?
in the main room. Somewhere.
They're off in the main room doing it? No. We're looking at all our camera shots to see where they are. I don't see them anywhere. Let's flash out to the main room. We got 2 cash games going in the main room, guys. You can see them both there in the top right corner and in the top left, barely up there. 2 full cash tables. And our buddy Frank sitting out there working hard at his computer, taking all the pictures this weekend and setting everything up. But I don't know where these guys are having their – they're off in the no zone of the camera. Let's see. And he calls the all-in. There it is. All right. He is he's dead. He's drawing dead. So I don't know what his partner told him, but they were both wrong because that was the wrong move. Jackie wins the hand and all the chips, and we have lost our first player at the final table here in the tag team event. I mean, his aces, it's so hard there. I mean, even ace-10, even if she doesn't have 2 pair, you're losing to ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. You know, obviously aces, obviously queens. But, I mean, yeah, when you have that few chips, it's hard to just keep folding. If he folds there, he's only got, what, 78,000? So, you know, it's sometimes you got to take the chance. So I now see that every player has a knit button, but those aren't knit buttons. We aren't playing a cash game. We're not playing the knit game. Those are the phone a friend, let me talk to my partner for 1 minute button. Fantastic. I love that. We don't get to see a tournament like this a lot. Tag team tournaments, I haven't played in a tag team tournament in at least 5 years. And the only one I've seen recently was the King Queen event here at our last tournament series. And I didn't get to play in that one. So, you know, it's just such fun, so much fun. We've seen dynamics that you don't usually see. We talked about that earlier with the fold because you don't want to let your teammate down in that situation. You know, I can tell you right now, ace-3 under the gun, Tamara is going to play that a lot differently than John would. He's probably still folding under the gun there, but you don't know. I think the most variance between players is probably Tim and Jackie. Married couple, both great poker players, completely different styles. Completely different styles. Big over to the big blind, Sergio with the queen jack, which is not Sergio, it's Canyon now. Canyon with the queen jack. And they both pick up top pair, and they both think that the other one's got him out kicked. I can guarantee you. Neither one of them likes the kicker in this situation, although if Heather doesn't bet here, bets 8,000. There you go. Raise from Canyon. Old check raise with the queen jack offsuit. She 3-bets him. She really doesn't think he has a queen. Or she does think he has a queen and she knows his kicker's not that great. All right. Let's see the turn. Okay. That's going to make them both slow down, I think. Yep, we slow down and check to the river, and we're chopping. We are chopping this beauty here. As long as somebody doesn't bet the other one off. Check and check back, and everybody gets chips. Everybody gets chips because we both have queens and sixes with a king. It's not exciting, but it's fun. It's better than losing. Better than losing. So with David and Michael out, Matt and Frank now with the small stack, 9.1 big blinds, but they are the button at the moment, so at least have some time to wait for their hand to get there. I'm going to put the camera on Amanda because she's going to be under the gun. I mentioned earlier, Amanda sitting next to her mom right now. I'm like 90% sure they're mother and daughter. If they're not, they should be. They look alike. Look at that. Ooh, Amanda with the ace-10 off, under the gun, and folds it. Really waiting for her spot there. She's going to feel good about that fold when Tim raises right here. Raised to 21,000 from Tim. And Matt looking down at ace-queen. In the smallest stack, he's going to jam it. All in. $53,000 more for Tim to call this. He's got a pretty healthy stack. Second biggest stack. I can't imagine he's going to fold pocket pair. Especially with the chance to take out a team. There we go. Calling the wife. Come see Jackie. Tell Tim what to do. I'm telling you right now, the fact I would have predicted, had I known before just a few minutes ago what those were for, that there was no chance that Jackie was going to use that button to ask Tim's opinion. But that he was very smart to do that right here. You go ask your wife what to do, sir. Don't tell him I said this, but she's probably a better player than him. Definitely a totally different style of play. I've seen those two play in so many tournaments. They're both great people and great poker players. But what is she going to tell him? She's going to tell him to call. Pocket tens, it's only... He's got the second biggest stack, 518,000 chips. I just can't imagine a scenario where Jackie's going to tell him to fold here with the chance to take somebody out. Even if you lose this hand, you're still in good shape. You know, you haven't crippled yourself. So it's just a comeback for a quick snap a call. Classic race. Ace, queen, pocket tens, 49-51. Let's see how it shakes down. Pocket tens are holding. Need an ace or a queen. That's it. Aces and queens only going to save him. Not going to happen. The boat, fours full of tens. And Tim holds up. And Jackie's probably mad at him because that was the hand she asked him about.
Sam knows what's up.
She's like, it's only 35. What
She said, I'm just sitting next to my wife. She goes,
She just won that. She just won that. She's like, okay, we're back to our chip stack when we just had.
I'm going to say it again. There was no chance that Jackie was going to use that chip later. But she might be a little upset that Tim used it for that situation. We will find out. It's too bad I don't get to interview the players later. And get their reactions to this. Tim looking down, queen 10 offsuit under the gun. That's a hand he's going to want to see a flop with, but maybe not from this position. But after a big win like that, maybe he's just going to give it a little smooth call. Give a limp in right there over to Heather with her ace. Going to raise to 16,000. Let's see what Rudy going to do. Queen jack off. Rudy taking his time. Rudy is very aware of the juxtaposition of himself versus his partner, James Lyle. He's aware that he's considered more aggressive and a little bit more of a wild card. But I like how the measured, take a pause there. Think about it for a second before you make a snap decision one way or another. Very smart play all the way back to Amanda. Quick fold with the ace-4. And Tim's going to call. He's already committed. Let's see a flop with 3 players. Ooh, wow. Rudy just smashed the living daylights out of that thing 2-pair. Tim's going to lead out. 20,000. That's going to probably get Heather to fold. Well, what does Rudy do? There's the fold from Heather. Rudy looking down at 2-pair. Backdoor flush draw. Knows he's got the best hand. Trying to decide what to do with the best hand. Do I smooth call this and let Tim bet into me again on the turn? No, I do not. I am going to raise. Makes it 80,000. That might take the hand down right here. Not sure Tim's confident enough in his top pair 10 kicker to call 80,000. And he can't, of course. But that's one of those times where it helps to be able to see both players' cards. Because, you know, if Rudy knows he's got the best hand, no doubt. But if he knows that Tim basically can't catch up. I mean, it'd take running 10s for him to catch up there. And if he knows that, he probably just smooth calls and takes a chance Tim might bet into him on the turn. But you don't know that. He could be sitting there with ace-queen or ace-king or something that can catch up to you. If you're tuning into the live stream tonight to hear like really high level, you know, super deep poker commentary, that is not what you're going to get from me. That is what Marty and some of these other guys are for. I am here to just kind of talk you through it from the casual player's perspective and try to make it fun as best I can. We got a raise under the gun from Heather with the Jack-9 suited looking down at Rudy. Again, deliberate, taking his time. Didn't think he was going to call that, but he doesn't snap fold it. He wants to sit and think about it. He's mimicking his partner in crime, James Lyle, with that move. You want to see a flop there with pocket 5s for sure. We're going to go heads up to the flop. And check around. That's all she wrote. Quick bet with the pair of jacks is going to take it down for Heather. Nobody got hurt on that hand. You want to see a flop with a pocket pair with only a small raise, but when it doesn't come, it doesn't come. Reminder that we have a $300 buy-in tomorrow. Uncle Johnny's Monster Stack starts a little earlier, so the final table might start a little bit earlier. If not, we'll be here. That's whenever we get to final table tomorrow night. We will be here on the live stream to bring you that action. But if you live anywhere close, you should come and buy into that tournament for only $300, $10,000 guarantee. Rudy looking down at ace-10, raises to 16,000. And there it is. There's Amanda, the hand that she knows she has to jam with. Don't make the same mistake you made earlier with the raise. Just shove them all in. Just grab all the chips. Put them in the middle. Looks like she's counting out a raise. I'm not sure that's the move. Was that all of them? Yeah, there we go. That was the right move. Win, lose, or draw. That was the right decision. Right decision. Okay, Tim has already folded. We're back to Rudy. With Rudy stack, he pretty much has to call there. We're going to see it. He's got one life card. She's at 67% to win the hand. She's just dodging an ace, and it doesn't matter because the king in the window. King in the window. Only an ace on the river. Oh, quads! See, that's why you jam pre-flop. No drama at all. Just a bunch of kings. All the kings in the deck hit her hand.
The uncertainty of her shoving made me call with ace 10 offsuit.
Did you hear that? He said she seemed so unsure to shove, whether or not she should shove, that it made him call with ace 10 offsuit. But with his stack, that was still, there's nothing wrong with that play. You know, that's the play. You can't fold that there. You got to take a chance at taking down the small stack. It is the duty of the big stacks to take a shot at taking down the small stacks. When, you know, so.
It would have got all in on the flop. If she just flatted, it got all in on the flop.
Yeah, if she hadn't jammed pre-flop, he is right. He flopped two pairs, she flopped a set. They were both getting it all in 100% on the flop, but still a lot of fun to watch. Watch Amanda pick up quads. She's feeling good about it now. Look at that. She's definitely a big smile and a lot of relief. And you know what? You just went from 77,000 to over 160. That's a significant difference. Significant difference. So that's a much healthier spot to be in. It's 20 big blinds as opposed to not less than 10. So she's definitely feeling better about it. See, Rudy just picked up a pair of jacks, but he's not gonna. Let's see what he does here. Check over. He's gonna make a little bet maybe and take it down. Sure he is. She's got a club draw, but it's a terrible club draw. She's not gonna call that. She's not calling that. Yeah, she's not. Did she call that? Are we serious? And she did. Okay. Nothing like getting it wrong over and over again. Check, check. He shows the jacks. The jacks are going to be good. Down to 7. Playing to 3 for the money. Oh, yeah. 5,900 up top, 3,500 for second, 2,300 for third. Big prizes tonight because of the way the tournament structure worked, but we had more than double the prize, the guarantee. The guarantee on this tournament was $5,000, and there is over $11,800 in the prize pool. Just a fantastic turnout for the tag team event on a Monday night. I'm telling you, Uncle Johnny's Monster Stack is going to be a ton of fun tomorrow. We are going to get some great players in here, and we're going to have a lot of money in that prize pool. Really looking forward to it. So Tamara's going to raise to $16,000 with her suited cards that she doesn't realize are no good, at least as far as clubs go, because Tim's got better ones, better clubs. But only a call from Tim. Let's see. Dale? Just thinking, Dale. Thinking you getting a discount? No, it's still not worth it. 9-7 off. Not going to do it. Let's go 2 ways to the flop. And there it is. Top pair for Tamara. Bet should take this down. That many, she says. Let's make it that many. 32,000. Quick fold from Tim, and we're on to the next hand. It's so fun to see how different players on the how the pairs play so differently. Even you're watching the spot, because from this seat you get used to knowing who's in the 4, who's in the 5, who's in the 6. But then when the players switch here in a minute, and to watch the difference between John and Tamara, another married couple here at the table. I think we have to see John and Tamara, Tim and Jackie, Heather and Jeff. So three married couples at the final table. This was not a king-queen event. You did not have to be man-woman, just any 2 players. But we did still end up with 3 married couples at the final table, which is fun. Tamara going to look here under the gun at 4-6, and we thinking about this? We going to do a little limp here with the 4-6 suited? All right, she sure is. Jackie Deuce going to fold. Tim thinking about raising? No. Maybe? No. Just a call. Now, Heather is going to think about raising here. See if she can't get some of these folks out of this hand. Let's just see how much. $25,000 over to Rudy with an ace-9 offsuit. I could see him going either way here. He could call. He could fold. He'll feel good about either one of those. With his stack, he decides he wants to see a flop with that hand. Let's look over to Dale. Going to be a quick fold with the Queen-8 offsuit. The same from Canyon with the 9 deuce. I'm not sure. This is one of those times where I really question the card reader. Are we sure that's right? Are we sure she's really just calling that raise with a 4-6 of diamonds? That I've seen it be wrong, so I'm all going to say I don't know. But let's see the flop. Oh my goodness. You can't hit it better than that if you're Heather, but does she just try to draw people along? Let's see. No, indeed. No mercy. This will probably going to end the hand unless Rudy tries to make some sort of move here. Wrong time to make a move, Mr. Rudy. He raises to 75,000 with air, and Heather is going to smack the living crap out of him here in a second. Quick fold from Tamara. There it is, all in. Rudy can't possibly call this all in. He doesn't think she's bluffing. He knows it. He folds. That was the wrong time to raise and make a move, and he knows it. He got caught a little bit. It happens, you know. She's got ace-jack there, ace-queen. That might be a great move, but unlucky that she actually did have it. Player swap. The cards haven't been riffled yet, so the clock stops right after that hand. We're going to get all of our tag team partners back in. Take this chance to remind you that we've got some big tournaments coming up. A PLO championship on Wednesday at 3. For you PLO players, $400 buy-in, $10,000 guarantee. We've got a couple of satellites on Tuesday and Wednesday for the main, and then the main starts on Thursday at 3. We got flight A Thursday, flight B Friday at 3, Flight C on Saturday at 11, and Flight D on Saturday at 5 p.m. Those are all the same $600 buy-in, $100,000 guarantee for the main event. Main event day 2 restart on Sunday at 2, and of course there's a big stack bounty on Sunday at 3. $200 buy-in, $2,000 guarantee. But that main event, $100,000 guarantee. Flight A starts Thursday. Come on out, $600 for your chance to win $100,000. No, first place will not be $100,000, but $100,000 prize pool, $600 buy-in. I'm going to say we're going to have about 20 up top, right? Yeah, depending on how many entries we get, should be about that. Going to be a great tournament. It's been a great series so far, and we're just getting started. Blinds are at 5, 10, and 10 now. Let's go over to James. Jeff folds the ace-9. James looking down at Jack-8 suited. The cutoff, he's going to make a move with that. Little raise here maybe to try to make everybody fold. Yep, 23,000. It's going to get rid of a couple of players, but going to get rid of Sergio too. John's not calling. And that's going to take it down. Position raise. Good enough, especially when you have one of the biggest stacks. You know who's behind you, and you know they don't want to play. It's one of those, that move only has to work X% of the time for it to be worth doing. And I don't know those percentages because I'm not that good at this. But I know the move, and I know the player, and that was a good play. Jackie, not going to like that hand. Going to fold it fast. Yes, ma'am. Oh, Jeff. I'm down at 2 red queens. Going to raise. Make it 27,000. Anybody going to want to play with this? Not with a Jackie deuce. Nobody. Nobody can keep up. I mean, it's not a great feeling when you have a big pocket pair and you don't get at least one caller. You know, but I think a wise man once said, it's better to win a small pot than lose a big one. That wise man might have been me earlier in this broadcast. But I'm sure somebody wrote that in a book somewhere. Some poker book says that. I just don't know which one. We are here at the OG Clubhouse in Oak Grove, Kentucky, just over the border from Tennessee. Lots of players from the Nashville area, Clarksville area, and all around southern Kentucky joining us for the Spring Showdown Series. James Lyle looking down at the jiggities and says, let's make it 23. Going to have a similar hand to the queens. Is no one going to have anything to even call that raise with? What has Jeff got?
We'll see what happens.
Nope. At this level, you scoop the blinds at 25,000, so that's not a bad little pickup. 25,000 chips for a little more than a min raise. I'll say this about James, one of the friendliest poker players. If you ever play in a tournament in this area, you get to sit at a table with that guy. You don't have to worry about, being intimidated or being browbeaten or being talked down to. He can sit at a table with anybody and make them feel welcome. He's a great ambassador for the game. Same can be said for a lot of these guys, including Sam. Great guys. Really, it's good. We have a great poker community in this area, on the border of Kentucky, close to Nashville, where we got a lot of wonderful players who are a lot of fun to play with, and that's part of the beauty of live poker is you want to have a good time playing. It's not just about winning money. If we were all about winning money, we wouldn't be, we'd be trying our hand in Vegas or wherever. But in this area, we can do both. We can make money, we can play for real money, and we can have fun doing it. The poker community is a real thing. And Jackie's going to take down that with a bet on the turn with 2 pair. Guarantee she liked that turn. Giving her the aces up. And they currently have the chip lead. She and her husband, 608,000 chips. JJ back in the box.
I forgot, it was only one hand.
Yeah, Ben's not going to like that under the gun. Let's see what John's got. Queen 7 suited? No. No. Does Jeff raise from the small blind, just trying to win it right now? Yes, he does. That's actually... That's a hand that James might call here. No, it's not. He's going to raise. $68,000 with the raise. What a great move. If he gets Jeff to fold a considerably better hand here, you see that 72% to 28%. It doesn't look like a lot, ace 8 versus 8-5, but if you look at the numbers, that's considerable equity. But Jeff's going to have a hard time calling this here in this position against a bigger stack. I should point out, since I've talked so much about some of the other players, Jeff, spectacular poker player. And it just shows you what a great move that was with that hand. I mean, in that position, James doesn't know that Jeff isn't just making a move in the small blind. He's got a strong hand, but not strong enough to call the raise from the big blind. Great hand. Great hand by James. Did that give them the chip lead? No, not quite. We've got still second in chips with about 560,000. Sergio under the gun with a 9-8 offsuit.
100% of the time. If I lose, I lose. I promise you.
Making our way around here. Jackie looking down at an ace-3 offsuit. Calls. Jeff going to call with king-queen. No, a raise. Raise to 35,000. Back to James with a king-10 offsuit now. Just a call there. Jack 10 off, gonna fold the big blind. We're back to Jackie, who's not gonna call with an ace-3. So we've got a couple of kings going to the flop. And boom, there you go. Better to be lucky than good. James flops top pair, king kicker. It's a check to him from check around, quick again. Still top pair with the 10s. See, James is going to lead out here for 50,000. Yeah, there's not much Jeff can do. You just miss it. The other guy's betting into you. Sometimes not much you can even bluff with there with that board. I'm gonna go to a wide table shot so you can watch JJ pitch those cards. Look at that! Look at that! Just beautiful. I mean it. It is. I'm not even kissing up. He's just such a good dealer. Such great dealers here at the OG. Sam looks down at a little pocket pair. Gonna limp here? No. A little min raise to 20,000. See if we can't get a couple of players out of this hand. Not James. James is not going anywhere. Talk about two guys who played a lot of poker together. Sam and James. James with the raise. $62,000 and walked into it without knowing it. Ben is about to put all of his chips in the pot. Here they go. All the chips. $129,000. I think Sam will very quickly fold here, and he does. What does James do? With his stack, 67,000 or seven. What was it? 62,000 already in the pot. I mean, it's 67,000 to call. He has to call there, and he's got an ace, so he's live. Let's see it. Smashed it. King on the flop. 7 on the turn. Drawing dead now. 7 is the kings are good. Look at that. No expression whatsoever. Just nothing. Just stone cold staring at the chips like he's still not sure he won. What's going on, Ben? Smile, man. Give us a little smile. Nope, still no smile. I was thinking maybe after the chip count graph goes away, he might smile. Nothing. All right. He doesn't look happy. Does James look sad? No, not at all. So, does look a little bit of frustration from James there, but he knows they had to play that exactly like he did. Too much in the pot to fold after the all-in bet. Ben just really, that's a good, healthy move for him now. 298,000 chips. That feels pretty good at this stage. You're up to about 30 big blinds from what do you have before? 127? Pretty good. 127,000 to 300,000. Now the Kings have made their way to Jeff. Got to raise to 22. Quick folds all around. Only John is left in the big blind with a 9-10 offsuit. You'll call 12,000 and see a flop, right? Don't get crazy. Don't raise. Not the time for it. All right, here we go. 2 players heads up to the flop. That's what you want when you make a min bet with kings. You want one guy to come with you. Not now, you don't. He's still best, but he did not feel good about it, I promise you. Check. 2 aces is probably better than 1 on the flop, but we're going to get a double check. There's the 9. Could John make Jeff fold kings? No, not yet. Oh my God. Drills the 9 for the boat. He's not, but they're both players are afraid of that ace. Now, John's more afraid of the ace than Jeff is. Good bet sizing. 25,000, not enough to fold. He's going to get a call from Jeff here. If he's lucky, Jeff gets crazy and tries to raise him, but I don't think so. He's just going to get a call, and he does. And John's going to win with nines full. Ugh, disgusting. Disgusting when you have kings to see that run out. But the only way to win that hand is to see bet the flop. There's two aces on the damn flop. You know, I mean, you have kings. I know a lot of people say it, but I always credit it to my friend Al McCree, who said that some hands just suck aces out of the deck. And pocket kings is one of them hands. Especially when there's two on the flop. And some ways you should feel better because less likely somebody else has got the other ace. But yeah, it doesn't feel good when it's you. Kings in your hand, there's two aces on the flop. All right, Sam. I'm sorry, I thought action was on Sam. It's on Jackie with the ace-queen offsuit. Got a little raise to 30,000. Fold over to James, king 3 suited. No. Folding around to John. John is not going to play that hand. What does Sam have in the big blind? No. No. Little under the gun bet. Take it down. Steal the blinds. Add 25,000 chips to your stack. Chip leader. Just in time to be the big blind. Tim was telling me earlier tonight before the final table that he thought that a tag team tournament like this was good for teams that have different personalities, like he and his wife, Jackie, who's currently playing in the 7th seat. That it's good to have that change up. But the other players at the table have only played with the players they're playing with. So did that make sense? It made sense in my head when I said it. In other words, if you were one of the red team players or green team players that are playing right now, you've only played in this tournament against the other green team players. So you're not getting to see the different personalities that come with the red team. Only the other red team players are seeing that. But it's a good theory nonetheless that the varied playing styles work better in this tournament. John calls it 9-10 suited. Not bad. Sam with a quick fold, and Jackie gonna call that raise with the king 7. We're gonna go 3 ways to this flop. Lots of jacks. Nobody connects. Let's see who takes a stab at it. Check over to John. Check around. All right, here we go. Hits John again. Now he's got 94% equity. But does he know it? Will he bet it? Yes, he will. Looks like a pretty healthy bet there. 45, 50,000? 45,000. Quick fold from Jackie. James going to think about it for a second, but probably going to fold. And he does. No part of that board was good for James. Look at John and Tamara stacked 342,000. If I'm not mistaken, they were down just around 100,000 30 minutes ago. So they've really come roaring back to be in 3rd place right now. The gap between 1st and 3rd place, though, is 240,000 chips. Big gap.
I will bet you me out of night. I will take a lot of money on that bet. And I know as much as you know. And I will take that wager right now.
Players making side bets as to whether or not John had a 9. He did. they'll watch the stream later and find out. Side bets, of course, not allowed officially here at the OG. Just a little joke there. We got a raise. Is that a raise to 25,000? It is from Dale with his A6 suited. John's going to want to see a flop with pocket nines. He's definitely not folding. It's just a matter of, is he calling? Is he calling or is he raising? Rudy just brought up a good point. We haven't had a break since the final table started. I guess there are no breaks built into this structure because all the players get a break every 20 minutes. Me, on the other hand, I haven't had a break since we started the final table. And, yeah, I'm good and tired. No, I'm kidding. Although I could use a different chair just for a change up. You guys might get to hear me switch that around here in a minute. Can Ben call? No, he can't. Good raise there. Pocket nines. You want to take that down. We're going to get a player switch here. And while the players are switching up, I'm going to switch my chair because it's starting to get uncomfortable. If you guys are just tuning in, these aren't long breaks. These are just player switch breaks. The players swap out every 20 minutes. Every time the blinds change, the players swap out with their partners. This is a tag team event. These guys all started with their own stack. They played 8 levels, and then the stacks were combined, and that's when the tag team starts. So 8K, 16K, 16K.
Thank you, baby Jesus.
Gonna take a break to get rid of the 1Ks after this level. Maybe give a break to the production crew so we can just stretch our legs for a bit.
You're not even playing.
Here we go. Where's the action? One seat. Let's see what's going on. That's Dale. Queen 9 off under the gun. Not going to see it.
Exactly. Who do you trust more than me? Exactly. So sorry.
Ooh, nice. Tim looking down at Ace King. He is going to raise that.
And there's a lot of people that I trust more than you.
32,000? Min click. Sir, min click. Ooh, bad spot for Rudy. He's definitely going to call this, maybe even raise it. Oh, floor call. Is he using his phone a friend? He is. Wow. Interesting spot in the big blind with ace queen. The problem is, I may have mentioned this earlier. Tim has a reputation as an aggressive player. And when you have that reputation, just so Rudy does as well, when you have that reputation, you make that raise, people think maybe you're not that strong. You know, your reputation pays off. You spend years and years or however long, even just through the course of a tournament, building up your reputation for your style of play, whether you're playing tight or playing aggressive, and then in certain moments it definitely helps you out. This is one of those moments. I don't think Rudy believes that Tim is as strong as he is here with ace-king offsuit, which is a good hand. It's a strong hand, but in this situation against Rudy's ace-queen, it's obviously extremely dominant. He's got about 4-1 equity. And I can't imagine that James is going to tell Rudy to do anything but raise here. Let's see. Rudy's inclination probably to raise. Maybe that's why he wanted to ask James. Next year, or before the next series, tag team event, we've got to get a camera to follow those guys over for that conference. I want to know what he told him. He's still thinking about it. Took his time, talked to his partner, and he is going to raise. See how much. 126,000. Now, all of that show of going and talking to James, that might give Tim the impression that Rudy's hand is stronger than it is. That show may end up paying off. Let's see if Tim can make this call. The scary part is these are the two biggest stacks, aren't they? Now, I guess at the moment, before this hand, these were the two biggest stacks. This is a scary situation to be in. I often tell new tournament players who played cash but haven't played a lot of tournaments, one of my first piece of advice is don't get into a fight with the only stack at the table that can take you down. And there it is. He folds the better hand. What a great move. Great move by Rudy. You gotta make that raise. You gotta make it enough. He's coming get these. little behind the scenes business going on here. I don't know what was more impressive there, Rudy's raise or Tim's fold. Even though he had the better hand, that's still that's tough to lay ace king down pre-flop. But after Rudy gets up and goes and talks to James, what does he think that James has in that situation? I mean, aces kings or ace king suited is the only thing you're really weary of. But even a good pocket pair, tens, jacks, queens, you're flipping at best. So, see what Amanda does with Big Sheila. No, you don't fold Big Sheila. What are you doing? Pre-flop, girl. All right, just a quick call and a check. We're going to go only the blinds to the flop. Oh, that's interesting. Top pair for Rudy and an up and down draw for Dale. Rudy makes it 16. Dale should stick around and see one more here. Especially such a small bet. Going to try to drill a 9. That would really... Rudy will never see that coming. Does he drill it? No, he doesn't. No, just a 5 and 3 hearts out there. So now even his straight draw doesn't look good. Rudy puts out his bet. Another 17. What are you going to do, Dale? Not 17. 32 this time. He can really let this go now. I mean, his straight draw is good if it gets there, but he doesn't know that with 3 hearts on the board. And a lot harder to call 32 on the turn than it is to call 16 on the flop. He's thinking about it, though. Nope. There you go. Think about it. But still probably better to fold in that situation. And now Rudy is going to be a dangerous competitor with the big stack at the table. And he's juiced the stack up quite a bit since he sat down. He's feeling real good. And he is going to He's going to play aggressive if he gets the opportunities. Tamara looking down. She's going to see a 5-6 of diamonds. Not going to want to take a chance on that, although she did play a 4-6 suited earlier, so let's see. Yeah, she likes that. Maybe she likes diamonds. 5-6 suited is a fun hand to play. If it's just hard to play it under the gun. All right, 3 players to the flop. And there you go. 5-6 suited. She picks up middle pair. She's best. Doesn't seem to know it. Checks it. Let's see. Jeff bets 40,000. And that's why I can't play those little ones, because you can't even call that, even though you had the best hand. It's tough there. People who like to play suited connectors, you know, it's a tough thing, especially this deep in the tournament. You know, in a cash game to a small raise, or, you know, and under the gun, maybe you want to limp and try to see if you can get by and see a flop with suited connectors. But in a tournament, it's so tough. Even when there isn't a raise, like in that position. No, we're not gonna see. We're not gonna play 8-3 offsuit. No, no, no. Now ace queen offsuit on the other hand. Tim gonna raise this a little. Was that a call? Oh, excuse me. I thought I saw him grabbing raisin chips. So we got a couple of calls here. Over to Rudy with the Jackie deuce. No. Dale is not a suited connector kind of guy. I'm going to go with, he's not going to play that hand. Canyon in the small blind, getting a decent price to look at a flop with his ace. Raise to 75,000, and then Tamara looks down in the big blind at 9s. She gonna fold? Not she folded the best hand pre-flop. He took a stab with the weakest ace at the table and got the best hand to fold. Now can he get the better aces to fold? Let's see what Tim thinks. Well, yep. Only Heather can catch him, and she doesn't. What a move. Stealing from the cutoff. That's why they call it the cutoff. Actually, I'm not sure why they call it that. I thought hijack would have made more sense. Stealing from the hijack would have made more sense there, but still, in those late position situations, sometimes it's better to raise than to call. In that case, it definitely was. Great move there. Have I said already that these are all fantastic players? So we got some great players at this table. Except for Rudy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I have to be able to make fun of some of the people at the table. If you can't make fun of Rudy, who can you make fun of? All right, on the button. Everybody folds to the button. Is he going to make another move? Yep, 32,000. See if he can't get everybody, get the blinds to fold. Get him to call and maybe bully him out on the flop. Tamara's going to call. She's got a better hand, but she probably doesn't know it. And Amanda's going to fold to big blind here, even to a min raise with a 10 deuce. She doesn't want to see a flop with 10 deuce. Here we go. Neither player connects with the flop. Tamara's got the best hand, but she checks to Canyon, who is going to c-bet 16,000, and she folds. The power of the c-bet when you have position. I mentioned earlier that the hardest thing for new players, especially in a tournament, to grasp is bet sizing. But position is one of those universal rules in poker. It's just never... I can vividly remember being a new player before my producer here in the booth was even born, and you don't understand position at all early on, and that's going to be one of the things that's going to really eat you up. If you don't understand the power of position on the table, it can cause you so much trouble. And when you do understand the power, you can make moves on the button like Canyon just did and win hands you don't deserve.
You heard that, right, Canyon? So don't raise my big blind.
Heather is warning him not to raise her big blind. I'm telling you right now, no offense to Canyon, but if a fight breaks out between him and Heather, she's going to beat the living daylights out of him. I mean a physical fight, not a poker table fight. Probably she could win that one too, but she's easily the smallest player at this table and the one that I'm probably the most afraid of. All right, that flop didn't hit anybody. Really, I mean, Tamara's ace is far and away good at the moment, and no one's going to catch up unless Heather hits a queen, but she's not going to bet it. We're going to check around to the river. It's a useless 6. It's just a matter of who's going to take a stab at it. It's not going to be Jackie. Is it going to be Heather? No. Oh, yeah, she bet 30,000. And Tamara may fold here. Hard to look at that board and think an ace is good. It is, but it's hard. And there you go. The player with the boldness, with the bravery to make the bet, in some cases, is going to be the winner. That's a pretty good pot there with literally nothing. But knowing your opponents, I think she, Tim checked it. She didn't have better position than Tamara, but I don't think she expected. If she checks there, Tamara can check, and if she's got an ace, she's going to win. So she made the bet. It's the only way she can win the hand, and it worked. I am not looking at the comments, but I'm sure people are just correcting me not left and right in the comments section. And please do, because I don't actually know what I'm saying here. I'm really just here for entertainment purposes. Get a quick fold from Dale over to Canyon. Pretty good hand for the hijack once again. But he limps this time. Just a limp. Over to Tim. Very nice looking ace-jack offsuit. Going to limp as well. They're all afraid to raise Heather's big blind. She actually scared them. Well, that is not the flop you want to see. You're limping in with Queen 10 offsuit. But let's see if Tim wants to bet it out. His pair of aces here. Yeah, 40,000. And that's it. Just like that, the hand is over.
however long it takes us. We can start selling them off to the chip leader, please.
All right, in about 4 minutes, we're going to have another player switch break, and they are going to race off the 1,000 chips. When we do that, we're going to take a quick break here on the stream, and but we won't be gone long, so stick around and see how this plays out.
It's close enough. Racks are right behind you.
Let's see what Dale has there. 5 deuce off. Not very good. Nobody really has a playable hand here. I mean, Heather calls in the small blind with a really weak hand, but I mean, when everyone folds to you in the small blind, sometimes you just want to see the flop. And you drill the living daylights out of the flop. Good Lord. What is she going to do here? Check it? They'd both check. She's not going to check again. She wanted Rudy to catch up. All he's got is... Has he got a double gutter here? Yeah. He's going to call the double gutter. Not going to get there. Now she's got to be afraid of a 10. She doesn't think he has a 10. She's going to bet it. Nope, she's not. Check, check. Shows the pair of 7s. Sucks she got counterfeited on the river, but it doesn't matter. It holds up. She's pulling chips. It's all you care about in that situation. We've got some very, very even stacks. Let's look at the chip. Look at this. I mean, really, 5th and 6th place, still pretty healthy at 14, 19 big blinds. You've got one really small stack. But outside of that, and I'll give props to Amanda. She's not getting crazy. She's not going to give it away. She's going to, yeah, King 3, snap fold. She's going to hold on to those chips until she gets the right hand in the right spot. I think Heather's going to raise here with Jack 10 suited. $42,000 for the raise. Only the big blind left in the hand. It's a pretty substantial raise. He's only got a tiny ace. Yep. Quick fold there. We're going to get one more hand in at this blind level before we switch players. And then we will be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere. This is not a full break. This is just going to be a very quick break. Let us stretch our legs here in the booth while they color up the 1,000 chips. Going to come back. Blinds are going to be at 10 and 20 and 20,000 big blind ante. So it's only going to get more exciting here in just a few minutes. Here's our last hand before that happens. Tamara with the King 8. No. Thought about it for a second, but no. Snap fold from Amanda. She's going to be under the gun when we come back. Sam's going to be under the gun in her spot when they come back, and he's going to have a tough decision no matter what his hand is. His best opportunity to make the most out of his hand is going to be to jam under the gun. So we will all see together what that hand is when we come back from this very quick break. Rudy looking down at ace-4 offsuit on the button. He's going to raise. Min raised to 32. Dale with a slightly better ace. Dale doesn't say much. Quiet, thoughtful. Gonna go ahead and call. I can't imagine Canyon can call this here. No, he can't. So we are going to go heads up to the flop. Yep, flop misses everybody. Dale is best with his ace-9. Checks it over to Rudy. Rudy could probably win this here with a c-bet. $20,000. Yeah, quick fold from Dale. All right, guys, we're going to take a very quick break, and we will be back. I'm going to say 5 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. Action's just going to get crazier here now that we're down to 7 players in our tag team event.
Welcome to the OG Clubhouse, Oak Grove, KY. The wind will bout. Lights on, cards in the air, we ride. If you ain't all in, step to the side. From the small town streets to the worldwide screen, we're the ones living out these live stream dreams. Welcome to the OG, welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. Welcome to the flame, welcome. Oh, this ain't just a stream, this is game. Welcome to the flame. This ain't just a stream, this is game. Welcome to the OG Clubhouse, Oak Grove, KY. The wind will bout. Lights on, cards in the air, we ride. If you ain't all in, step to the side. the game. Welcome to the OG Clubhouse, Oak Grove, KY. The wind will bout. Lights on, cards in the air, we ride. If you ain't on.
And we're back. Told you it wouldn't be a long break. Right back to where Sam is under the gun with Queen Deuce and has to fold that hand, but only 55,000 left. He's about to lose 20,000 of that to the ante. So he's only going to have 35,000 effective in the next hand. It gets so tough when you get short stacked with these big blind antes. That raise is going to do the job, I think, here. I think John's calling with the 8-4 suited. He might jam with it. I don't think he's going to call with it. Well, once again, I'm wrong. Let's see a flop. Very interesting and also completely boring at the same time. Bored. Wow. But now John's first to act. Oh, a little check over. Whatever he bets here is going to work. John can't call with that board, with that hand. But he can jam. No, I can't. Now Sam is in the big blind, and immediately his stack goes from 55,000 to 35,000. And half of that 35,000, 20,000 of it, more than half, will be in the big blind. So this is probably the hand where no matter what his cards are, if anyone raises, he's going to have to call. It's just, I say have to. You can always fold, but you're folding with less than a big blind left. It's such a tough spot. These blinds start going up, and you're the small stack. James with the ace-king, definitely going to raise. Going to put his friend Sam all in when we get over there. Let's see about the rest of the hands. Oh, Ben. Ben's going to call. And Ben's going to raise all in with the queen jack. Now, for sure, we're looking at a situation where unless we've just got complete garbage. Oh, my God. I say unless we've got complete garbage. And he looks down at the whip and, of course, has to fold it. Wow. Wow. There's only so many hands you can fold in that situation with those chips, with two players already all in and a chance to triple up, and that is one of those hands. We're looking for queen and a jack only. No. 7 deuce. The reason the players are laughing is 7 deuce run out would have tripled up Sam if he makes the math play and plays any hand there. But now he's down to 15,000 chips in the small blind, 10 of that into the small blind. We're all making fun because he would have got there, but it's just you look down at the 7 deuce off, and it's just, I don't know how you can make that call, But I don't know how you fold with only 15,000 left. There's no right answer here, folks. Poker is mean, and in this case, she's really mean. So, Jeff, queen 10 under the gun, quick fold. Down to 6 players. If this wasn't such an unusual tournament, with where only the top 3 are getting paid. Sam would have just moved up. But unfortunately, only the top 3 in this tournament getting paid. Not much of a chance here. He needs a 3 or yep. Kings and 9s with the 6 plays, and that's going to get rid of our friend Sam in 6th place. So we're down to 5 now. Pretty good healthy stacks all around. John and Tamara with the short stack, but 11 big blinds. Not unhealthy. Not a bad place to be. We're going to have some good poker coming up, guys, so don't go anywhere. All right. James, not even 5-handed. You can't play that one. See what Canyon. Gonna raise to 45, and John snap folds the whip. Only Jeff left in the hand. And no, Canyon's gonna take that down. Stealing the blinds at this level is 50,000 chip increase to your stack. So it is significant. You get up into these levels. A decent raise with little pocket 3s will turn your hand into a 50,000 chip winner. Still not sure Sam should have folded that 7 deuce in that particular situation, but I will tell you he's an infinitely better poker player than me, so I'm going to defer to his judgment. John looking down here. Ace 10 suited. Going to get a little raise to 45,000. See, Jackie wants to call with Queen 8 suited. I think she will. She is going to call. Jeff's out of there. James, King 6 off. In the big blind, getting a discount. He says, why not? He's got the biggest stack. Let's see a flop, right? Four diamonds on the flop for Jackie, but we've got top pair, top kicker for John. John's going to bet this. All in. 180,000 chips to call for Jackie. It's a big chunk of her stack, but she's got a good, healthy flush draw. She's got to think maybe her queen is good. Counting it out. Really thinking about it here. Her team no longer has its phone a friend button, but even if she did, she doesn't want to know what Tim thinks right here. Wonder if she's questioning whether or not to call or to jam over the top. Fold. Folds the flush draw. That bet is gonna walk. No one else is gonna call here. John is going to surge up the board into 3rd place. 20 big blinds now. JJ back in the box. Let us remind you that tomorrow, 3 p.m. is the start of Uncle Johnny's Monster Stack. Only $300 buy-in with a 10K guarantee. Going to be a great tournament. Starts at 3 o'clock. We will be here on the stream for the final table, so don't miss it. If you can't make it to the tournament, be sure and watch right here. We'll have the final table live tomorrow night. And John's going to look down at Queen 5 suited, give that a quick fold. See what Jackie's got here. 4-5 suited, same thing. Nobody really wants to play this hand. I don't think James, even in the small blind with 8-4, he might give a little limp here. Does Sergio? Checks it. To the flop we go. And there you go. Bottom pair for James. See if he wants to bet it. He does. A little bet, a little $20,000 bet. Sergio can't call that. And James is going to win with a terrible starting hand, but you know when you're small blind, pays to see a flop sometimes. Big chip lead for James and Rudy. Got about 15 big blinds between them and second place. It's pretty substantial. Nobody's got, I mean, our smallest stack at the moment, 330,000. So nobody has a very short stack. The difference between 5th place and 3rd place is one big blind. So we have a very, very tight game going right here. Jeff folds the Queen Jack offsuit. If you're just tuning in, because of the structure of this tournament, where there were rebuys but no re-entries, the prize pool was more than double the guarantee, 11,800 plus in the prize pool. However, because it was rebuys and not re-entries, we are only paying the top 3 spots. So that is why you're seeing much more tight play, I think, 5-handed than you would otherwise see. If everyone was already in the money with this much in the prize pool, you might see people getting a little more lax. But I mean, we are basically on the bubble here, right next to the bubble. All right, 3-bet from John to 145, and this is where James is going to fold. He'd have to shove here to make John even think about folding, and he knows he doesn't want to do it with that hand. So nice attempt at a move on the button when you have a stack that big, but it works unless you run into an actual good hand, and that time we did. We ran into a great hand, and it doesn't work out. So as I was saying, top 3 players get paid. So we're in a situation here where we are very near the money. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, the difference between 5th place and 3rd place is almost nothing. A little bit more now. John just bumping that up to 435, but 4th and 5th place right behind him with 330 and 335. So it's gonna take some work. It's gonna take a cooler here to get some people out, or just a really bad spot. Can't see Sergio's cards, but he folds them, so they probably weren't very good. John in the small blind with King 5 offsuit. Maybe a little limp here? No, we're gonna raise it up. 5-handed King 5 offsuit. Not feeling like a bad hand to John. And that might have been the right move at the right time. Jackie's gonna have a hard time calling this with her hand. But she does. Going heads up to a flop here. Everybody's got live cards. That feels pretty good if you're John. Middle pair, king kicker. He's gonna bet this. How much? $50,000 to the bet. And that takes it down. John has now moved into second place. It's not where you start the final table, it is where you finish. And they started in the bottom third of the top 9 and are now up into second place here. We got a Jack 3 suited for James under the gun. No. Oh. Ace rag for Sergio, offsuit. Gonna raise it. When you get 5-handed, those hands look a lot better to you. John, on the other hand, can't play his 4-3 off. Interesting spot here for Jackie with pocket 7s. She's going to want to see a flop with that. She's going to call that raise. And Jeff going to get out of the way with his 9 deuce. Going to go to the flop heads up. Oh, did she fold? Oh, excuse me. I thought for sure she called that with pocket 7s. Sometimes I'm just, yeah, I didn't see her fold there. Sorry, everybody. She's in the spot where I can't always see what she does with her cards. Just saw the motion. Sergio with the call this time with ace-6 suited. John's going to call as well. Actually, he might raise this up. Thinking about it, going to make a pretty healthy raise here. 60? 55,000. 55,000 over to Jackie. Quick fold. And Jeff as well. Rudy's not sticking around. I mean, James, excuse me, not sticking around with Jackie deuce. Sergio folds the ace-6 suited. Pre-flop. Had the better hand, but it's all about how you feel in the moment. He is the short stack at the moment. He's got about 11 big blinds. So, gonna be possibly changing the way he plays here just a little bit. Try to pick his spots. Let's go over to Jackie. Jackie with the jacks. I know she loves that hand. 80,000 is the raise. James with the quick fold. Sergio definitely not calling in that spot. But what does John have in the big blind? Nothing. Nobody. Everybody's out. And just like that, the hand's over. We're down to 5 pairs. 3 of our final 5 pairs, married couples. Interesting dynamic here. On the break I did over here, a couple of players confirm our theory that it is harder sometimes in the tag team when you're thinking about you don't want to let your partner down. So it does make you think twice about it. You don't want it to be you that is the reason that your team is out of the tournament. Sergio with just a full-on bluff in the small blind. John got plenty of chips to make this call, but does he make this call with 7s? I mean, he's probably thinking Sergio's got, at minimum, a nice-looking ace, a couple of Broadway cards, and he's got a good chance on this, but... but just so tough to call a $220,000 bet pre-flop, even with a small pair.
He's putting on his bag. He's ready to
Sergio is up and out of his chair, pulling that move, trying to make John think twice. I mean, that is a hell of a move to make in this spot. But when you're talking about picking up a 50,000, 60,000, I'm sorry, it's still 50. I'm looking at the next level. 50,000 chip pickup when you only have 220,000. It's a good move. John folds it. John folds the better hand. Substantially better hand pre-flop. He didn't want to see that, I promise you. He's glad that they did not show the hand there. All right, we're going to get a player switch. Back to the old red team. We're at 10,000, 25, 25. Deep in this tournament. At least on this side of the table, I feel like this is the more aggressive grouping. When you've got Tim and Heather and Rudy as opposed to Jackie and Jeff and James, that is definitely a more aggressive way, this side of the table for sure. I'm not sure they'd all describe themselves that way. No, I know Rudy and Tim would. I'm not sure if Heather would say she's more aggressive than her husband, but I think it feels like she is. Over to Tamara with ace king. How much is the raise? 50,000. Tim with just a... Nope, everybody's out. Just like that. Oh, he did call? I'm sorry, I saw it say that he folded. All right, he called. So we're going to the flop with a big ace and a small ace.
Spades.
Check, check. 5 of spades on the turn.
Show me the flop. David, how much?
She's got the best hand here, but it doesn't feel good because she hasn't connected at all. She's got... But, again, rather than c-betting, she checked and let him bet, and now she's going to fold because... I mean, it's a stone-cold bluff. He might have thought he was better there, but he certainly wasn't. Very little chance to win that hand, honestly. A 3 and only a 3 on the river. Gives him... It's just a shame because at this point in the tournament, I understand Tamara has proven to be a good player, but she's less experienced than John, and she doesn't want that. It goes back to what we talked about earlier. She doesn't want to let him down. You don't want to be the one to make the wrong move and let your husband down when you're this close to the money. Oh, here we go. Canyon. The old best hand in poker. It's not a question of if he raises, it's how much. 50,000, just a minimum raise, enough to try to bring people along. I don't think Tim can call that, and he doesn't. Heather's definitely not going to call with her hand, but maybe Rudy we'll see a flop with pocket threes and a min raise. Going heads up to the flop. Big pair versus little pair. All right. Rudy checks over to Canyon. 25,000 minimum bet. All right. Rudy checks over to Canyon. Still with the best hand. Kind of a wet board, but nothing he's really afraid of. Except maybe King Queen suited. Bet 60,000. What does Rudy think he's beating here? Ace Jack? Ace 10 suited? That's about it. I mean, there's literally no other hand that he would raise with pre-flop that you're actually beating right now, so it's time to give up the hand. The queen on the turn there just dramatically changes Rudy's perception of the hand. But wow, I'm not sure about that call unless he's planning on really. Okay, the 8 pairs, that gives him a chance to bluff at it. Let's see. He checks over. Canyon may check here because a check is going to win him the hand more than it's not. No, he's all in. Rudy can't bluff him now, and he can't call. Again, I'm not trying to question Rudy. He's a very good player, but I don't understand what he thinks, what he could possibly beat here. Except maybe, Ace Jack suited, Ace 10 suited. There's literally no other hand that Canyon would be raising with pre-flop that is not currently beating Rudy. Even pocket deuces is beating him. So every other pocket pair is beating him. Ace king, ace queen is beating him. So well, no, but my producer said there's no way he puts him on aces. No, but what do you think he has that you can beat? He calls. He shows the aces. I mean, again, what hand could he possibly have there that Rudy could beat? No, I'm saying pocket jacks. I mean, not pocket jack. Ace jack. Ace jack, ace 10 suited, jack 10 suited are the only hands that you can possibly beat there. Sometimes you just want to see it. You want to make him show it to you. You got enough chips. Make it show it. That's a big, big hand for Canyon that takes them into the chip lead. They go from scraping the bottom to the chip lead in one hand. I make a lot of fun of Rudy. He's a great guy. And I'm only make fun of him because he's my friend. I'm going to ask him what he was thinking there. That was a tough one. I'm not making fun. It's been a long night. These people have been playing a lot. It's stressful to play in a tournament where you're only in control half the time. So, nice ace jack suited from Tim over to Heather. Quick fold. Everybody fold? Okay, didn't even see it. Wow, that fast. 5-handed, it does move quick sometimes. So our short stack at the moment, we've got 4 stacks. Put that back up real quick for me. We've got 4 stacks that are almost even. And Heather with half the next biggest stack. So she is in the most danger right now. and only 225,000 chips. Rudy in the small blind with a king 10. Back to Canyon. Little min raise. He might call this here with a 10-8. I want to see a flop. He did. All right. Doesn't connect, so Rudy's going to bet this here and most likely take it down with the C bet. Very quickly. Bet and a fold, and Rudy adds some chips back up to the stack to take him back into the to the chip lead. Four players in the 400,000 and 500,000 chip range, all bunched up there at the top. It's going to get exciting. All right, under the gun. Tim's about to look at 10-7 suited. That's a hand that you really want to see a flop with, but under the gun, even five-handed, I don't think he's going to play that. Definitely on the button, you play that a lot differently. Rudy with a nice looking ace-jack off. He's going to raise here. 65,000. Folds around to Tamara, and Rudy takes it. Adds 60,000 chips to the stack again. I want to remind you, if you're watching this, if you're anywhere in the state of Kentucky or Tennessee, especially Clarksville, Nashville, we are here at the OG Clubhouse where you can become a member and play poker, safe and legal poker, right here just north of the Tennessee border in Kentucky. Cash games going 7 days a week and tournaments as well. This week, special tournaments, these big spring showdown series tournaments. Back tomorrow with the $300 buy-in, 10K guarantee, Uncle Johnny's Monster Stack. But one of the great poker rooms near Nashville where you can come and be a part of the action. So come and join us. Come play tomorrow night. $300 gets you 40,000 chips in the Monster Stack, $10,000 guarantee, and $30,000 bet from Canyon with middle pair, top kicker, can take it down. Add a nice little chunk of change. That gives them the chip lead, a substantial chip lead at this point, 670,000 chips. Rudy took a hit on that hand a few hands ago, but he's still in second place, 515,000. So you've still got to play. Just play your game. Wait for your spots. Folds all the way around to the small blind. Tim, not much there. 6-9 offsuit. Might limp in to see a flop, see if... Nope, not even. Heather's just going to pick up the small blind and live to play another day. And a quick dealer change here. Look over in the main room of the cash game. You can kind of see up there at the top of the screen. We got a cash table still going strong on a Monday night at 1 a.m. That's what I'm talking about. Is it 1 a.m.? Boy, time flies when you're having fun playing poker. Thank you guys for watching the stream here with us. Whether you're watching live or watching this another day, we're glad you're here. See who takes this tournament down. Quick folds all the way to Heather. All in the small blind. And, oh, did she just pick a bad spot for that? Bad spot for that. Because Rudy wakes up with ace-king suited. Of course he's calling there. I mean, she's live. You never know. Not looking good. Not looking good. It's a 10 or a deuce. No. Oh. She made a move. It was a good spot, but a good move at a bad spot. Let's put it that way. And we are down to 4. We are on the bubble here in the tournament, paying the top 3. I know you're thinking, wait a minute, big tournament series? You're only paying 3 players? It is the structure of this tournament. Only the top 3 getting paid, but big payouts. A prize pool over $11,000. And we got big payouts coming to the top 3 finishers. All right. Now it's going to get tense, because if you look at the stacks, we've got everybody's got a healthy stack. Everybody's got 15 plus big blinds. You know. Oh my gosh, did Rudy just get ace king again? Back to back? He sure did. Happened so fast I didn't even see it. Wow. Should point out Rudy back in the chip lead. 800K, 600K, 500, and 440. And
I think if we do $520 first, does that take Can we pause the clock?
We're all in here right now. We're all in
Now
here
it
right now.
is, can we?
We're all in here right now.
you're talking about creating a 4th place.
We're discussing a chop. Like discussing, not a chop.
Play the level out and then we'll discuss it. That way they have to.
Here we go. Play the level out and then discuss a chop. But that means nobody's going to want to be nobody's going to want to take a risk until the level is done and a chop is discussed. I don't even know if we're actually discussing a chop or just paying 4th place. Taking a little bit of money and moving it around so that we create a 4th place. These people have played a lot of poker really well to get to this stage, to walk away with nothing in 4th place. So there's definitely a lot of incentive, especially with the stacks being where they are. Let's look at the chip leaders.
Is everybody good with that? Yeah, that's fine.
Talking about creating a 4th place.
Off the top to make it 4. Good. To make 4. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so that we get rid of taxes. Sounds fine.
I don't know what he's talking about there. That's, what? We're all going to pretend we didn't hear that. And we're taking a little bit of money off of 1st place to create a 4th place. So we will be paying 4th place. We'll get an updated prize total for you here in a moment, but that is going to at least give people an incentive to play. I mean, it's still a big jump there'll still be a big jump from 4th place to 3rd, but at least you get something for playing this long and this well. And let's go look at Tamara with pocket 9s in the small blind. So And a raise? Did a 3-bet? She sure did. 3-bet to 120. And look at this. Tim, look down at King Queen off. And we just agreed to create a 4th place. Is he folding? He did fold. Sergio. Wow. She got 2 pretty good hands to fold there. That shows you she's developed that image of a tight player. So if she's going to 3-bet, they're both going to run scared with big Broadway cards. She was ahead, but I mean, I think if they knew what she had, they might have called there. Given her image, it seemed like she was a lot stronger there than she actually was. Good bet. Good hand. A7 suited for Tim in the small blind. He's going to, at minimum, call this to see a flop. Oh, my gosh. What is Rudy going to do? Raises with a weaker hand. Does Tim know that? Is Tim going to call him? He sure is. Going to go to the flop. 2 players. Heads up. Oh. That basically just increases the odds that we're going to chop this hand. Let's see. Check over to Rudy, who's going to take a stab at it. No, he does not. That 5 was actually good for Tim. It gives him a better chance of winning the hand instead of chopping. Nice bet. Nice bet, Tim. So here we go. Look at this. We're going to switch players. Look at those chip stacks. It's just unbelievably tight. 3 players, 3 teams, and right around 500,000 chips. 1 team with 770. Everybody is in this. It's anybody's game. We've created a 4th place. Going to pay $520. A little bit of money in that. It was a $400 buy-in per team. So $500 at least gets your money back to 4th place. First place still $53.90. So over $5,000 for first place. This is still anybody's tournament. John with the quick fold there. Jackie folds faster than I can get to her to see it. And everybody folds around to Sergio. Really? He had the worst hand pre-flop. Wasn't even close. Sometimes it's good to be the big blind when everyone else doesn't like their hand. Wait, what? Oh, we had a technical error. I thought everybody folded. I don't even know who's in this hand. Sorry, guys, we had a little technical error there. See if I can see who's in this hand. Okay. Sergio and James. Sergio bets and James folds. All right. You don't know what happened in that hand, but neither do we. So it works out. Everybody's in the same place. 15,000, 30,000, and 30,000. The big blind and the big blind ante. 30,000 every hand. 60,000 every time it comes around to you. It's just crazy. Actions on Jackie with a king 7 off. James, 4-handed. Any ace is a good ace. He's going to raise this a little. Raise to 60,000. A quick fold from Sergio. John's going to think about it for a second, and he's going to fold too. And just like that, 75K added to the chip leader stack. If you are watching from too far away to get here tomorrow to play in the tournament, we will be back with the final table probably around the same time, probably around sometime after 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock. We'll get to the final table. Whenever the final table does, whenever we do reach the final table, we will go live on the stream so you guys can see it. John with the better hand here in the small blind. Got to be thinking about raising. He's definitely not folding, but here we go. That looked like a raise. 165. Quick fold from Jackie back to James. James with a substantial chip lead over John and Tamara. Just wonder what he's thinking here. Is he thinking, can I jam and make him fold? Yep. All in. And a quick call. So the answer is, can I jam and make him fold? No, but regardless, here we are, all in. It's a pretty big lead there for John. 72% pre-flop. Clean flop. Jacks only at this point. Jacker an 8 for the chop. No. Wow, what a turnaround. They just traded position. John was in 4th place. James was in 1st place. And now, as you can see, we look at the stacks. John in 1st place. The biggest chip lead of the night so far. The biggest chip stack of the night so far. Knocks James down to 4th place. Still anybody's tournament at 13 big blinds at this level. You can see not very far behind 2nd and 3rd, but that is a big swing. A big swing. I don't question the move from James at all there with his hand, because if he jams, that's exactly the hand he's targeting. Anything weaker than ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10 probably needs to at least think about folding in that position. And John's having none of it. John was like, nope, I'm in. Kind of snap called him there with the all-in. So good move, bad spot, as we say. I'm not sure anybody else says that, but I said it twice so far, so we're going to go with it. And a raise from Jackie and get James out. And get Sergio out too. Jackie's adding 90K. Keep on building those bigger stacks. See, ooh, Jackie deuce off. Not exactly the hand you want in this spot. Gonna fold it. James thinking about it. Gonna be deliberate here. Small blind. Gonna raise all in. Hoping that Sergio has exactly the kind of hand he has where he has no choice but to fold and give 60,000 chips to James. Jackie's going to be under the gun here. Looking down at 5-3 suited, not even going to think about it. Fashion advice for James. Can't imagine. Nope, he's not going to play it. Sergio can't even call the small blind with that, so it's just going to be a walk for John with the 10-9 suited. Kind of disappointing. That's the kind of hand you'd like to get a caller and see a flop with there, but a win is a win. Not much you can do in that spot with 6 deuce. Walk away from it. John in the small blind with a nice looking hand, queen jack off. Four-handed, that's a beautiful hand. Got a little raise coming. Looks like about 70,000 it is. Over to Jackie, who can't call that with her hand, so quick win for John. Let me ask my producer here. We do have a bounty tomorrow, right? Don't we? In Uncle Johnny's, didn't we get the special mystery bounty? The special mystery bounty. So I'm not allowed to say who it is. I mean, somebody has a bounty on their head tomorrow. Just guess. I'm not supposed to say who.
You can.
Maybe I am. I'm not going to say who, but you'll find out because they'll announce it when you get here. We're going to have a lot of fun. But that is going to be, if I had to pick a tournament other than the main event to play, that is the one. Uncle Johnny's Monster Stack is going to be fun tomorrow. $300 gets you 40,000 chips and a $10,000 guarantee. Just so much fun. Look at that. You see, I wouldn't have picked that James and Rudy had been the most aggressive team. And I certainly wouldn't have picked that Tim and Jackie would be the least aggressive. But the stats don't lie. Under the gun, John looking at a really nice hand for this level of play. Four-handed. He's going to raise. Under the gun raise to about 80,000. What was that? 90,000. Let's go back to Jackie here. Quick fold. 9-7. James, quick fold. Canyon's going to think about that for a second. Or Sergio, but no, not really. King 4 suited. Fold. Walk away with 75K. John just building that chip lead up. Look at that. He's got twice as many chips as the second biggest stack. That is quite a position to be in at this stage of the tournament. There's 1.8 million and change chips in play, and he's got over 1 million by himself. He's got more than half the chips in play, I believe. No, there's more than 1.8 million chips if these stacks are right. So John in the big blind, he's going to let this one go. Jackie's going to take that one down. You heard John just say the button's flying around. I mean, it really does when you get four-handed, and you really feel it when you're four-handed and the blinds are 15, 30, 30. The last tournament I got to play at the OG, I finished fifth, and I tell you, when we were six-handed, and the blinds got up to 50K, 100K, 100K, and it really just starts to feel like you're getting punched in the face by those blinds at some point. But the tournaments have to end, as they say. Canyon, small pair, he's going to go all in here. He's going to try to take this thing down pre-flop. Let's see if he can make it around. Only James left to keep him honest. James probably doesn't realize he has 2 overs. I think if he knew he did, he would call here. But since he's probably thinking at best that he has 1 over, and at worst he's up against a much better ace, he's got to fold, and he does. Good move there with the pocket 4s. That was the time to do it. Jump up into second place. Not that there's much difference between second and third. It's about 5,000 chips, which is our smallest denomination of chip on the table at this point. So let's see. All right. I was hearing an echo of myself, but I'm not hearing it now, so not sure what was going on there. Looks like James going to shove here with Big Sheila. Big Sheila in black. One of my favorite hands. See if he can get a call. Nope, just take it down. Feel free to leave us comments in the live stream if you're watching. Bunch of you out there right now. Not seeing. Let's see. We got some comments on here. Wes shouting me out. Thank you, Wes. Appreciate it. Acme Poker. Is that Marty? Marty. Thank you, Marty. Martin. Appreciate you. Definitely. It means a lot coming from you guys. Not calling people by their proper nicknames. That's not my fault. I was not made aware of people's nicknames beforehand. And I was told I was not allowed to call Rudy by any of the nicknames I wanted to call him, so that wasn't going to work. So I said, Wicked Pumpkin says, don't forget about Rudy and James. They are also married. I did not know that. My bad. I don't think that's true, but it is fun. Is that Heather saying that she has RBF? Listen, you can say it about yourself. I'm not going to say it. Let's go back to the live action. Not a question of if she raises here, but how much. Jackie looking down at Big Slick, and she makes it 115. That is a really tough call to make, even with the A7 that Sergio's got. John's definitely not calling, so she's going to pick up that 75K, and we're on to the next one. Even with the decision to add a 4th place, it's such a big pay jump from 4th to 3rd. Nobody wants to be the next one out. It's no longer the bubble, but it still has that feeling, that sense of, oh, I don't want to go out next. And there's almost nothing. There's 170,000 chips separating 2nd from 4th. John's got a monster stack, but he doesn't want to get crippled by trying to take out somebody just to do it. So it's a really tough spot. Sergio with limp here over to John in the small blind, also a limp, and let's see what Jackie wants to do with ace-3 off. Just a check. Gonna go 3 ways to a flop. That's interesting. Nobody really connects except Sergio does pick up an up and down draw. John's going to take a stab at this with nothing. Just absolutely nothing but a bluff and 60,000. Quick fold from Jackie, and Sergio's going to call with his up and down draw. Let's see. Doesn't get there then, but no one really improved. Actually, John improved substantially because now he's got the diamond draw. Let's see. That's it. 90,000. Quick call from Sergio. Doesn't get there, so Sergio's going to have to take a stab at this to win it. He's going to have to raise, and he can't. So he is now substantially short stacked. You see there, not that far behind James, but way behind Jackie and way behind John. So the rich get richer. Hard to get away from that up and down draw right there, but I mean, it's going to cripple you at some point when it doesn't come. Now he's going to be prone to make a move here because he's short stacked. Looking down at a suited ace. Raised to 150,000. Couple of quick folds over to James. Probably rightly reading that Sergio's a little tilted, but his hand may not be good enough to call with. It's not, but does he think it is? No. He knows better. Good fold there. Sergio picks up a quick 75K to jump back into a decent spot there. About just ahead of James. They both have right at 10 big blinds, so. All right. Thanks to everyone for all the kind notes. A lot of you sending my way. This is my first night in the booth. My name is Patrick Thomas. I want to thank Matt and the crew here at the OG, not only for running a spectacular event, but also for inviting me to participate here in the booth with you guys. It's really been a pleasure to do this. John, that is a interesting time to pick that spot. The old 6-7 with the raised. Jackie just calling with Big Slick. That surprises me a little bit. A raise there would have made a lot more sense. Now you're looking at James with a playable hand, but no. Sergio also going to get out of the way. So well, Jackie slams that flop. Let's see if John bluffs at it. John is going to bluff at it. She has to know she's good here. Ace King all in. 410,000. It's hard to let go, but he has no equity in this, and he's got to know that. Yeah, get away. The bluff doesn't work. I was questioning whether or not she should have raised pre-flop, but that might have been. Turns out that was a pretty good spot not to do it. So he wanted to bluff at it, even if he didn't hit his 6-7. As I was saying, as we're in a player change here in the tag team tournament, my name is Patrick Thomas. You can follow me on all social media at Radio Patrick. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff, at Radio Patrick. And it's my first time in the booth here at the OG, and I am loving it. I want to thank the crew here for having me. My fabulous producer. What is your name? Anna. I was going to say Amy. I knew it was an A name. I was close. Anna, just not only doing a great job of producing the stream, but also keeping me from making massive mistakes. Literally had to talk me through how all this equipment works here to do this. So big thanks to Anna. Couldn't do it without you. You here tomorrow, right? Oh, thank God, because I'm back tomorrow, and hopefully I don't make any more mistakes. So we are back to the red team. Rudy with a fold over to Sergio in the small blind. It's not Sergio, it's Canyon now. And he is all in. What a move. What a way to pick up the blinds. Blinds, 100,000 chips in the blinds if you steal them at this level. 100,000 chips. It's 5% of all the chips in play. We are getting up there. Every time around. So, when I got here tonight, there were 18 teams alive. So, and I couldn't believe the number of quality poker players in the room for this event. And I can only tell you that tomorrow is going to be even better. It's going to be, tag team events are tough because you got to have a friend. A lot of poker players don't have friends. So tag teams are tough. That's why so many of our final table participants are playing with their spouses, because that's their only friend. And some of these spouses aren't even friends, honestly. I don't speak for any of them, but it's my wife barely tolerates me, so I know. It can be tough. It's an interesting thing. I would have liked to play in tonight's event, but I didn't have anybody to play with me. So that's why I'm here with you guys doing this stream. But tomorrow, it's every man for himself, and it's going to be all hands on deck. We are going to have a great turnout for Uncle Johnny's Monster Stack. $300 buys you a chance at your share of a $10,000 prize pool. And it is going to be fun. It starts at 3 p.m. It starts a little earlier tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock. Final table will probably be about the same time because there'll be more players. So we'll probably be up here around 9-ish, something like that. But whenever the final table, whenever we get down to 9, we will go live and we will have the action for you right here on the stream. So thank you for being here with us at the OG Clubhouse in Oak Grove, Kentucky. If you've never been here and you live anywhere within driving distance, check us out. Go and Google it. I'd give you a website, but what good is that? Just go Google OG Clubhouse. It will pop up and tell you all about how you can come here and 7 days a week play cash games and tournaments in a fabulous poker room, driving distance from Nashville, Clarksville, and most of Kentucky. All right. Back to the action. Who's wearing those ugly shoes? Who is that in the shot? Who? I am. Oh my goodness. I gotta know who that is. Is that Sergio? Oh, good Lord, Sergio. I know we can't see your feet when you're sitting at the table, but don't. That is a single man. There's no way a married man left the house and his wife let him leave wearing. My wife would kill me if I tried to leave the house wearing shoes that look like that. Oh. God. Oh, I'm not making fun of his shoes. I'm questioning his life decisions. That is just truly dreadful. And you're talking about a man with no fashion sense, me. No, I have none. I have literally no room to talk when it comes to clothes. But I know not to wear those shoes in public. If I wore those shoes around my house, my kids would make fun of me. That is bad. I don't know that guy. I can't make too much fun of him. I don't know. Maybe he's very sensitive. I don't want to hurt his feelings, but damn, those some ugly shoes. All right. I don't know. Tim's thinking long and hard about a bad king. He should not be thinking this hard about Rudy with an even worse hand. We're gonna need people to get better cards for this to get more exciting. This is just kind of a little limping around. A little limp there with two almost identical hands. But at least we'll see a flop. I mean, Tamara does hit a pair, but she's not going to feel good about it. And she's going to fold the best hand. So, Tough spot. I do like the only team that as far as I can tell, not only the only team still going, but I think the only team in the event tonight with matching outfits. John and his wife Tamara, look at those matching shirts. That's stylish. I mean, you know, you're going to show up. You want people to know who your partner is. Good way to go. See what Rudy does with the ace-jack. Definitely going to be a little raise. Or maybe a big raise. Does he say all in? He sure did. Let's see if somebody's got enough to call him with. So far, no. Back to 2. Boy. Tim. I think Tim knows exactly what spot he's in. He's in a race. He's got enough chips. He's going to make this call. You're worried about an overpair for sure, but if you put him on 2 Broadway cards, you're at about 50-50. And let it go. Let it go. Good pickup for Rudy. 100,000 chips. Gets him out of 4th place. I'm surprised at that. I played a lot of poker with Tim. He's playing really, really well right now. I would have thought he'd have called there, and not saying call was the wrong move, but fold was definitely the safer play right there. Well done, Tim. 6-5 offsuit. Nah, that's not the hand to make the move with. Let's see what Tamara's got. King 8. No, thank you. Over to Tim. Whoa, man, he can't even call a small blind with that. That ain't gonna be it. Not gonna be it. Gonna be a little walk for Mr. Rudy. Again, I'm guessing here, but just for the players I know 6 of the 8 players at this table that are still left in this. And I would guess that Tamara has less time at the table than at least the 6 players that I know, including her husband, who I know is an excellent cash player and a very good tournament player. But I've never even seen Tamara in a poker tournament before tonight. So she's really holding her own with very experienced players. Maybe she was a very experienced player that I'm just not aware of, but just based on who I know in the room, she's see, this is an interesting spot for Mr. Rudy. Get rid of that. Yeah, there you go. Oh, wow. Big blind. Sergio looked down at King 10 suited. He's definitely going to call this. No, he didn't. Did he? Wow. Again, she raises under the gun, and she's got such a conservative table image that she did have a better hand than him, don't get me wrong, but I think he probably thought her hand was even stronger than it was. That was all right. No good for Tim. Offsuit Doyle. Not gonna be playable under the gun. See what Rudy's got here. Oh. He's thinking about making a move, but he's not gonna. Yeah, that's right. Wow, everybody folds. She's got a monster, and everybody just gives her a walk. That is a bad feeling. It's worse when it's aces or kings. When you're sitting there in the big blind, and everybody folds, and you look down. They say if you haven't looked at your hand yet in that spot, you shouldn't even look, because the last thing you want to do is look down at aces in the big blind when everybody folded to you. But we all look. Who's disciplined enough to just muck their cards in that position? Go ahead and say it in the comments if you think you are, but you're probably lying. So, Tamara's got a nice suited connectors in the small blind. Should call to see that. Let's see what Tim wants to do with his Jack 10 offsuit. Gonna get a raise here. Yes. 120,000 the raise. And a call. Interesting couple of hands here. Let's see a flop. Oh my goodness. What a board. Oh gosh. She knows this isn't good, right? That the board's not showing right here. It's 8-9 Jack, not King 8 Jack like it says there, but she still folded it. Because she had an inside straight draw and a backdoor flush draw and a no, she, I mean, ooh. I'm not sure if I'm Tim if I jam there, if I don't give her a chance to catch up, but it's dangerous. You don't know what she has, but he had so much going for him on that flop. She just had a little bit. Fold, fold. Can you even call in the small blind with that? No, you can't. And that's a shame for Rudy because, again, nice looking card. He had the best hand pre-flop. But nobody wants to play with you. And there he is complaining about how every time he looks down at a nice ace, everybody gets a walk. Well, it happens. You're four-handed. That's what's going to happen.
Enjoy sticking around, sir.
Here we go. 4-3 offsuit. No, not going to do it. Tim, equally bad. Rudy, even worse in the small blind. Gonna try to make a move here with that hand, sir? No. No, he's not. And then once again, here's a Canyon in the big blind with by far the best hand. A lot of people getting walks with the best hand here. I'm not even sure anybody had 2 overs on his pocket sevens there. That was pretty rough for everybody. Oh boy! See, now here's the spot. You're on the button. You're only four-handed. You want to raise here, but you do not want to over raise. You got to get one caller. That's it. Min raise. over to Canyon, who's got a... Oh, my God, did he just go all in? Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh. And it's only a matter of... Yeah, he's behind, all right. Oh, my gosh. What a bad time to make your move with an ace-8 offsuit. This is why you don't want to raise too much with the aces four-handed. It was perfect. Min raise is all you need. That's down to 1%. Down to nothing. And it's over. He did have him covered, right? He sure did. That's it. We are now three-handed. A consolation prize of $520 to Sergio and Canyon for their $400 buy-in. But I'm sure it doesn't feel great at the moment. And of course, Rudy makes a smart-ass comment. See, I was trying to avoid saying anything not nice about him, and then he does that. Look, we're all just trying to stay awake at this point. It's 1:47 in the morning, and it has been a long night of poker. But that is tough loss there. Now we're three-handed. We're going to see a lot of that. A lot of walks. Maybe not. The pay jump was substantial there. Next person out walks away with $2,300. $3,500 to second. $5,300 to first place for the team. So, at this point, it's late. You look down at cards like that, you think, I'm going to shove because I don't care if we get third. See how much she raises to here. Raise to 150. That's going to get Tim out of here. And Rudy as well. She's going to take those 100,000 chips. Go back into first place, just like that.
Guys, chill the fuck out.
I don't know who Rudy's talking to, but let's all just pretend we don't hear him. Tim's going to be under the gun here. This is probably our last hand for this group. We're going to switch back. Tim is definitely not going to be making a move with that hand. So we get a couple quick folds here. We might get to see one more hand with these guys. Let's see, Rudy with the old deuces. Pocket twos. The smallest pair. Gonna raise. Oh, she's got a call in hand for sure. Look at the equity. Straight 50-50. Heads up to a flop. 50-50. Not anymore. Tamara takes a massive lead. Rudy's going to fire at this. It's where that aggression can bite you. He's going to fire. She can't go away unless she's worried he's got an ace. Raise him. Good move, Tamara. Raising a fold, and we are taking a quick break here to switch. Not even a break. We're literally going to... Got 3 people to switch seats. So we have a practical tie right now at second and third. Oh, I'm sorry. The chip amounts just changed before I said that. So I'm wrong. But we have 990 for Tamara? Okay. Oh, the blind's coming up. Gotcha. She's about to be the big blind. 25, 50, and 50. Look at those matching shirts that Tamara and John are wearing. So you know which team they're on. Solid. Solid. Did they just agree to a three-way chop?
Jesus Christ.
They're all in agreement. They're going to chop the money, play for the hardware.
Yeah.
All right. We are almost 2 a.m. down to 3 players, and they have agreed to chop it 3 ways, which is going to be a really nice prize for everybody. No, there are some players out there on the internet who hate all chops, but I got to tell you, this time it's been a long tournament. Everybody wants to come back and play again tomorrow. And quite frankly, the chop is more than second. The only way to beat the chop is to win it. So it's 37. 37, I'm trying to do math in my head here. 37 something. 37.66 maybe. They're still going to play tough because they do. These guys all want that trophy too. 37.66 for the chop. On a $400 buy-in, it's a great night. Second place was going to be 35, so the chop is better than second place substantially. A couple $100 better than second place. Not a bad way to go. Oh, there you go. Tim's all in with an ace. John's calling him with got an inside draw, and Jack's good, a 10's good. Any king, any 8 doesn't come. Tim and Jackie pick up a monster pot and take the lead. John's just kidding there, folks. No one throat punches anybody at the OG. And if you saw our security guard, you would know that there was no chance of that happening, because here at the OG Clubhouse, we have the scariest damn security guards you've ever seen. Big 6'8", 280 pounds of pure muscle suckers, like big old scary dudes. I don't even like to stand next to them because I feel inadequate. I do. It's some big, and I'm not kidding. I'm not saying this for effect. I am dead serious. He's a teddy bear. Yeah, he's a scary teddy bear. You ever seen one of them teddy bears with like fangs? That's what he is. Big old scary looking security guards we got over here. So, these players, now that we're down to these 3 teams, I know these guys, and they absolutely all know each other. John and Jackie, Tim, James and Rudy all know each other very well. So this is funny thing is, even with the chop, you think they will play a little bit more loose, but these guys all want that trophy and the rings, 2 rings, 1 for each of you. Oh, we're going to get a call here. John's all in with the 7-8. Rudy's calling for sure with the ace-10. James is calling for sure. Let's see it. There we go. 8 hits the flop. Ace hits the turn. 8s and 7s only. Not coming. John is eliminated. Third place but better than second place money on the chop. Well played. He and his wife make a great team. I've never seen them play together. She did a great job to keep them going this far. And a nice win, 37-66 for the chop. And we are now heads up between players who really want that trophy. So, and it's just very close. We're talking, 1.3 mil to 900K.
I'm on Instagram. Do you have Instagram? I have Facebook and Instagram. I have Facebook and Instagram.
She's going to raise with her suited ace here. Take it down. I wish there was a shot I could get both of them in, but there isn't one.
Congratulations, everyone.
Kind of that shot.
I need to change my Instagram
No.
to the mayor.
Mayor of what? Duketown?
I heard that joke. I'm not even going to repeat it, but that was a good joke, Jackie. The door opened just long enough for me to say that. We can't make fun of. Later on, everyone asked Rudy how his Duke Blue Devils are doing and if either of the men's or women's team made it out of the Elite Eight. Spoiler alert, no, they did not. Rudy thinks he wants to change his handle to the mayor, and Jackie said to the mayor of what, Dookie Town? That's pretty good. I enjoyed that. So, trophy, nice trophy, really nice couple of rings there for our winners. Look at that. Let me get a shot of that. Actually, there's the rings. You can kind of see them there. Look at that. Nice, big, beautiful rings for our champions.
How do I change my?
But only one trophy, which works if you're Tim and Jackie. You can put it here. I don't know what James and Rudy do if they win the trophy. If it goes back and forth from house to house. We'll have to ask them if they win how they plan to handle that. Who gets custody of the trophy? Do you exchange it every year around this time? Do you do month to month, week to week? It's tough, At least they both get their own ring. Let's see. When your head's up, Jack 3, he's gonna raise here. 140,000. And she is going to call. It's a pretty good calling hand there. Nobody really hits that flop. It's going to be a matter of who wants to stab at it. We get a check from Jackie, and James is going to bet it, and that's probably going to get it done. Yes. Look at that. Almost dead even. I mean, your big blind's 100,000, so we have one big blind. It's 50,000, but 100,000 for the ante when there's only two of you. Right there. All right. Let's see, Jackie's got a king. King 5 offsuit. Good enough for a little raise here. Looks like 100,000. Here we go. This could be a cooler hand. Remember, when your head's up, any king, any ace is a pretty good place to start. Good fold on her part. That's way too much to call with king 5. But
What did you say earlier in the tournament? He knows how to turn it on and off.
this has been so much fun getting to do this stream with you guys. I really hope you're enjoying it. If you're watching it out there, whether you're watching this live or not, leave a comment. Let us know how we're doing. If you want to reach out to me, you can find me on all social media at Radio Patrick, all one word, Radio Patrick, just like you think it's spelled. And let everybody know how we're doing here at the OG. We're trying to run this stream as best we can. The tournaments run great. The stream runs good. The commentary could be better, but at least when I'm here. But you know, get a little call. And Jackie's gonna make a little raise, and James is not gonna call that raise with this hand. No. We're looking for. I don't think we've seen a flop in a minute. So it's just heads up. It can get slow for a minute until it just takes one hand for the whole thing to fall apart. See where Jack. Oh boy, she's definitely gonna raise here. She's not only gonna raise, she's just gonna be hoping that he's got something worth calling with. Looks like 200. And he does. He's got an ace. He's not going to fold an ace here.
So still.
Does he? He is still. My producer just said he's so still. He is. He sits very still before he makes his move. He's very, very hard to read. There you go. She hits her queen. The tough thing is she's going to win this pot, but he can't really call here. Now, he could try to make a move here if he thinks she's just c-betting. Nope. He is going to let her have it. Did they just find another trophy? We have 2 trophies? There you go. We do have 2 trophies. Look at that. That makes more sense. 2 trophies and 2 rings. I take back everything I said earlier about Rudy and James having to share them, but, you know, still funny. Jackie with the option here. She is going to raise with the queen 6 suited. And I don't think James can call. No, he can't. Good enough to call in the small blind, but not good enough to call that raise for sure. She is chipping away at him, but they're still close enough that one big hand, and they switch places. So until you get in a position where the other player can go all in and you'll still have the lead if they win, it's anybody's game. Oh, Jackie can't call that there. She's going to have to fold here. 4 deuce, even with the chip lead, she can't call. And look, he had a great hand. That's a tough walk. But I hope what I just said makes sense. So when your head's up, the dynamic doesn't really change until one player has enough chips that the other player can go all in, and if they double up, would still not take the lead. When you get that lead, whatever that, I don't know, I'm sure there's some poker term I'm not smart enough to know. That's when the dynamic changes. You can really push somebody around and feel comfortable about it. But right now, they're both still very close to each other. Raise, we don't know what James's cards are. But he did raise to 140, and Jackie, she's just going to call. She does. So we're kind of in Jackie's boat here. We can see her cards. We have no idea what James has. Checks over to James to check back. Well, we don't know what he has, but if he bets here, I'm pretty sure she can't call because we know what her hand is, and that is the case. A bet and a fold, and just like that, we are dead even. Look at that. Not even a big blind between them. 1.1 million and change for both players. Still anybody's tournament. Now, this is definitely the case. Now that we're down to just these two teams, Jackie's going to have to fold that. She can't even call the small blind with the 5-deuce offsuit. So, just a quick walk there for James. Here in about 5 minutes, we are going to switch, and we definitely have the case when it's now just these two teams. We definitely have the more, I don't know if conservative is the right word, but the less aggressive two players who are playing right now. From what I know of Tim and Rudy, they are both more aggressive than their partners. So it's kind of interesting. We have the total different dynamic. If these guys don't get into it in the next 5 minutes, I'm not sure this tournament is going to last past the next level. So stick around. We could get some fireworks here when we get Rudy and Tim back in this. And a call. Here we go to the flop. Flop doesn't really hit either one of them, so let's just see who wants it more. There's a check. James is going to take a stab at it, and that'll probably work. Yep. My apologies. I not really running out of things to say, except it's just the tension's getting to me too. That feeling that when your head's up in the tournament, you just kind of you can feel neither one of them wants to make a mistake. Because again, yes, we did chop this 3 ways, but I'm telling you, these players want to win this tournament. These players want to win this tournament. They want that trophy and they want those rings. And they're not about to walk away without giving it their best shot. See that flop there. Doesn't really help either one of them. Jackie's in the lead and has just no idea she's in the lead. I'm going to check. Nope, sorry. 50,000 bet, and that's going to take it. And we're separating a little bit.
What is she supposed to do with 8-4 offsuit on ace king?
We go. No, that's a nice playable hand. 10-8 offsuit. For sure she'll call here. She might even raise. Yeah, she's going to raise it up. Look like 100,000. 150,000 over to James looking down at an ace. Again, heads up, any ace. He's definitely not folding here. Calls it. Going to see a flop. Flop misses everybody, but James is ahead. And checks over to Jackie, who bets 200,000. And he folds the best hand.
In a minute. Looks like it's gonna be this. It's supposed to be.
Heads up poker is so tough. So few of us, you really don't get a lot of opportunities to play it. If you're a cash player, you're never going to be heads up. If you're a tournament player, even the best tournament players only get to be heads up such a small percentage of the time. And no matter how much you prepare for something like this, none of us have enough experience heads up to really feel comfortable with it. I'm sure there's some folks watching the stream like, I've played heads. I'm really comfortable. Yeah, okay, but I'm telling you, these are some very good players. James plays as many tournaments as anyone I know, and this may be the first time he's been heads up this year. Granted, it's only March, but it's probably been months since he was heads up in a tournament. Same for Jackie. Jackie's got a handful of wins under her belt, but when was the last time she was heads up in a tournament? And here we go. The team shift, the tag up. We're going to get Tim and Rudy. Now, I don't want it to sound like I'm openly rooting for Tim. I am not. I love all four of these players, personally. But I am going to sound like I'm rooting against Rudy just because it's easy to make fun of him. And it's not that I don't love Rudy, but, I mean, gosh, it's so much more fun to make fun of him. I mean, he's got sunglasses on. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing? It's just too easy. Let's look at the sunglasses. They're not even good sunglasses. Like, uh-oh. That's a hand he wants to raise. No, he's not wearing. No. And what did he do to that hat? Did he draw on it? That hat doesn't come that way. Not sure here. Tim's going to let that go. Yeah. It's going to take a little bit of a cooler here to get this thing done. But we almost at that point I was talking about earlier. See, 780 for Tim and Jackie. Almost at the point where even if they double up, they won't take the lead. Not there yet. Oh, I'm sorry. They double. Of course, they would take the lead, but they don't. They don't have. They have half the chips. It's going to take a fourth of the chips of the other player to be in that position. Sorry, it's 2:15 in the morning, and math is not a skill that's going to still work at this point. a raise, and then Rudy looks down at a pocket pair. He's definitely calling, maybe even raising. Just a call. Let's see this flop. Oh my goodness. He absolutely nailed that, and he checks it over to Tim. Tim gonna bet this? Oh, Tim. Just walking into the trap. Now the question is, can Rudy call this and get another bet out of Tim on the turn? Or does he no? Raise it right now. 275. That should end the hand. I mean, Tim doesn't have any piece of it, but now I'm guessing from that reaction from Tim that Rudy showed his hand. Now we're getting to a place where we have a big chip lead. Tim's gonna feel it. He's gonna want to make some moves, so he's gonna need to catch some hands to stay alive, or this could be over pretty soon. Action's on Rudy first. He may not even call this. He's gonna even call it. 7-5 off. And he hits it. So now we're at that point. Tim doubles up. He would still not have the lead. So when you're Rudy, you're comfortable. You can call an all-in with even a marginal hand, because even if you lose, you're still the chip leader. So we're in a position where, wow, I mean, that's a tough hand to call, even short, especially short stacked, and he's going to shove with it. And Rudy's got basically a monster heads up. 66% equity. This could be it. It's gonna take. I told you when we got to this level, when we got to these teams. There you go. They both flop a pair, but oh my gosh! Wow. Wow. I know I can be loud when they're all in. Players actually heard me through the wall on that one, but it's okay. I know I can raise my voice once they're already all in. I'm not giving anything away, but my goodness. 6 on the turn.
Jack 6 is what I think I'm gonna win.
Wow.
Yep.
But
I was down to 8K, called Dalton.
we're still, but Rudy still has the lead.
Got Amanda with
So as long as he doesn't do anything crazy, get tilted because he just lost, and he's a good player, he should be fine. But anything's possible. Everything's difficult at 2:20 in the morning. Everything is a little bit tougher.
he doesn't have to
Keeping your composure is tougher. Looking down at pocket nines and not acting too quickly is tougher.
180.
Makes it 180. We go over to Tim. Oh, he's got an ace. He's not going anywhere. So here we go. Okay. Tim acts first. Check over to Rudy. Rudy makes a quick bet, and we get a quick fold from Tim. Picks up about 240,000 chips. So Tim's still out of that danger zone we were talking about earlier where he can't take the lead even by doubling up. That's not where we are, but he is way behind. A million chips behind. Queen deuce heads up. Toss it. Threw away the best hand. Looks like Rudy had 8-4 offsuit. So it's tough. You play a lot of tournaments and you think there's no way queen deuce is a hand I should stick